Chapter 4102. Wang Yunxing. A genius from Myriad Arts Academy who came from the heavyweight godly venerable sect, the Mon-origin divine sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the Mon-origin divine sect's higher godly venerable expert. Apart from his shocking identity, Wang Yunxing was also very powerful. He was not even 10,000 years old and was only a higher godly emperor, but he had killed many emperor gods. Of course, he had only killed lower godly emperors. Even so, it was shocking enough. A lower godly emperor was still a godly emperor. There was an insurmountable gap between godly emperors and godly emperors. A godly emperor who could cross this gap and kill a godly emperor was a genius in any realm of the gods. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will come out? After all, it's okay to refuse a challenge in the academy. A student asked another student who came out of the dormitory next door. I'm not sure. After all, I'm not a genius like him. However, I think that since he's a genius, he should be arrogant and won't submit to anyone, right? Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the 7 prefectures and won the 7 prefectures banquet. His strength is comparable to a lower godly emperor. However, it's only comparable. I heard that Wang Yunxing has killed a lower godly emperor before. Duan Lingtian is only a medium godly emperor after all. If he becomes a higher godly emperor, he might be able to compete with Wang Yunxing. However, it's uncertain now. Wang Yunxing's strength is top-notch even among the Mon-origin divine sect's holy princes. The group of Myriad Arts Academy students present obviously knew a lot about Wang Yunxing. Soon after Wang Yunxing appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to come out, a few figures flew out from the dormitory and flew over to watch from afar. I didn't lie to you, right? I told you that Wang Yunxing accepted the mission. Shaoan, a prodigy from the Hanlin divine residence, smiled and said to the people around him, "Birds of a feather flock together." Those who could stand together with Shaoan and chat casually were naturally not ordinary students of Myriad Law's Academy. They were all famous geniuses of Myriad Law's Academy. Most of them came from various ultimate god forces. The Myriad Law Academy was a very inclusive ultimate god-level faction. Apart from the legacy lineage being the core, the student lineage did not reject the infiltration of other ultimate god-level factions. Of course, in the Myriad Law Palace, the students were not able to enjoy the resources that were directly distributed. They had to rely on themselves to obtain everything, and even compete with others. In fact, it wasn't just the students. It was the same for Duan Lingtian's inner palace. Only the legacy lineage, as the core lineage of the Myriad Law's Academy, could enjoy special treatment. Yang Yuchen had told Duan Lingtian about this before he entered the Myriad Law Palace. At that time, Duan Lingtian felt that the Myriad Law's Academy's actions were equivalent to raising gu, to let a powerful gu stand out from a bunch of weak gu. In the Myriad Law Palace, the student lineage was like a whetstone for the legacy lineage. The legacy lineage's status in the Myriad Law's Academy was more like an independent sect. It's Shaoan and Tang Yuji. When Shaoan and the others arrived and stood in the distance, many students recognized them. These people were the best of the best among the current generation of Myriad Law's Academy students. In the Myriad Law's Academy, apart from the legacy lineage members, after 10,000 years, one was no longer a student. One could either stay and be a teacher or leave. Since these people were still students, it meant that they were not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, these people had one thing in common. They were all upper god emperors. They were all well-known existences in the Myriad Law's Academy. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to Wang Yunxing, who was now challenging Duan Lingtian. Creak. Just as many students were wondering if Duan Lingtian would come out, the crisp sound of a door opening came from the 2nd dormitory building. To be precise, it came from the 6th floor of the 2nd dormitory building. Dormitory 603. It was also the dormitory that everyone's attention was on. Just a moment ago, this dormitory's door was still tightly shut, but now it was pushed open by someone. Following that, a purple figure walked out in a timely manner. This was a young man wearing a purple robe. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, everything around him seemed to be overshadowed. He walked out with a calm expression, then flew into the air and confronted Wang Yunxing from a distance. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the other party. Duanlingen, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Wang Yunxing smiled coldly when he saw Duanling Tian come out. Why wouldn't I dare? Duanling Tian glanced at the other party indifferently. Previously, I heard that someone took on the Dark Net's mission to target me. Now it seems that it's you? That's me. Wang Yunxing replied coldly. I'm Wang Yunxing, a student of Myriad Arts Academy and the Mon-Origin Sect's Holy Son. I heard that you rejected the Mon-Origin Sect's invitation. Today, I'd like to see the strength of the so-called most monstrous genius in the history of the 7 prefectures. As soon as Wang Yunxing spoke, realization dawned on many people. It turned out that Wang Yunxing was targeting Duanling Tian not only because someone had posted a mission to target him on the dark net, but also because Duanling Tian had rejected the Mon-Origin Sect's invitation. The Mon-Origin Sect? Although Duanling Tian knew that there were people from various ultimate god forces in Myriad Arts Academy, he did not expect that the person who took on the Dark Net's mission to target him was also from the Mon-Origin Sect. Moreover, it was the Mon-Origin Sect's Holy Son. It's my freedom to choose which force to join. Duanling Tian glanced at Wang Yunxing indifferently, his tone as calm as ever. As for your wish to see my strength, I'm afraid you won't get what you wish for. I'm not interested in fighting with you. It's up to you to think that I'm afraid of you or that I don't want to fight with you. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the Dark Net's mission. Before Wang Yunxing could react, Duanling Tian turned around and returned to his dormitory. It was not until the sound of the door closing with a bang that everyone regained their senses. Even Wang Yunxing only regained his senses at this moment. Rejected? Duanling Tian had rejected his challenge? Wang Yunxing's expression changed for a while before he said coldly with a gloomy expression, a genius from the 7 prefectures is nothing more than this. Everyone has overestimated you. In my opinion, you, Duanling Tian, are a good for nothing. You don't even dare to fight with me. It seems like you don't live up to your reputation. However, Duanling Tian did not respond to Wang Yunxing's words. When Wang Yunxing saw this, he did not stay for long. He turned around and left with a gloomy expression. It felt as though he had punched cotton. The onlookers thought they would be able to watch a good show. However, they did not expect such an ending. Was it over just like that? Duanling Tian did not hide from the battle. Instead, he showed himself and refused to fight. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you think Duanling Tian is afraid to fight with Wang Yunxing, or does he really not want to fight with Wang Yunxing? I think the former is more likely. I think so too. Most people thought Duanling Tian was not a match for Wang Yunxing, so he retreated in order to advance. In fact, his true strength was definitely not as good as Wang Yunxing. However, in the face of these doubts, Duanling Tian did not show himself to explain. Not long after, the news that Wang Yunxing had accepted a mission from the Dark Net targeting Duanling Tian and challenged Duanling Tian but was rejected by Duanling Tian spread throughout the Myriad Law Academy. This was a small matter. Most of the people in the Myriad Law Academy felt that Duanling Tian did not accept Wang Yunxing's challenge because he knew he was not as good as Wang Yunxing. He rejected it? In fact, Yang Yuchen had heard from others that someone had posted a mission on the Dark Net targeting Duanling Tian not long ago. When he heard that Wang Yunxing had accepted the mission and challenged Duanling Tian, he could not help but feel excited. Would his junior brother be a match for Wang Yunxing? He even thought that even if his little junior brother could only fight Wang Yunxing to a draw, it would still be a good result. However, he did not expect his junior brother to reject Wang Yunxing. Did he really reject the challenge because he felt he was no match for Duanling Tian? Or was it, as he said, that he disdained to fight Wang Yunxing? Although Yang Yuchen had a certain understanding of Duanling Tian's strength, he did not dare say that he had completely seen through Duanling Tian. However, based on Duanling Tian's performance at the 7 Prefectures banquet, he might not be a match for Wang Yunxing. After all, Wang Yunxing was the Mon-Origin Sect's Holy Son. When news of him being humiliated by Duan Ling Tian in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace spread, the monarch divine sect had also received the news. Wang Yunxing was a proud person, so he naturally would not complain to the Mon Origins sect like a child. However, Wang Yunxing was not the only disciple of the Mon Origins sect in the Myriad Law Academy. Vice Sect Master, do you really want our people to make a move? Duan Lingtian has a close relationship with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen even acknowledged him as his junior brother. In a secluded valley, a middle-aged man asked worriedly. The old man hovering in the air above the valley said indifferently, "Don't worry about Yang Yuchen. Do you think he'll be able to find out that it was someone from the Mon Origins sect who made a move? Moreover, we're already giving Yang Yuchen face by not ordering our people to make a move earlier." This time, Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. How dare he make a fool of the Holy Sun? He's not the only one who deserves to die. Everyone in the lower planes who has anything to do with him deserves to die. Give the order immediately. Anyone in the lower planes who has anything to do with Duan Lingtian is to be executed. Isn't Duan Lingtian from the mundane plane? Destroy that mundane plane. The old man's tone was extremely cold as he spoke. Yes, Vice Sect Master. The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and retreated, his gaze turning cold in an instant. Chapter 4103. The moment Duan Lingtian found out that Wang Yunxing was a member of the Mon Origin Spirit sect, he had no intention of fighting him. Once they fought, even if Wang Yunxing could not defeat him, he could still complete the probing task according to the description of the Darknet mission and get the corresponding mission reward. It was just that the mission reward would be less. Even if Wang Yunxing defeated or tied with him, he could still get the mission reward for probing him. Originally, he was still thinking of seeing who accepted the mission to test him. After showing his strength, he could discuss with the other party how to split the mission reward. If he found the other party pleasing to the eye, even if the other party could not defeat him, it was not impossible for him to hide his strength and pretend to be defeated by the other party as long as he could get 2 portions of the mission reward. However, when he found out that the person who accepted the mission was a member of the Mon Origin Spirit sect, his previous thoughts were completely dispelled because he did not have a good impression of the Mon Origin Spirit sect or even its members. At first, he only heard about the Mon Origin Spirit sect from others and did not have a good impression of them. Later, when the godly venerable one of the Mon Origin Spirit sect went to Chunyang School to invite him to join the Mon Origin Spirit sect, he indirectly threatened him and made him completely confirm the moral character of the Mon Origin Spirit sect members. As a result, he was even more repulsed by the Mon Origin Spirit sect and its members. Therefore, after learning that the person who accepted the Darknet mission was a member of the Mon Origin Spirit sect, he directly rejected the other party's challenge. As for what the other party thought, he did not care what others thought. So what if they said he was not as good as the other party? He would not lose a piece of meat. What a pity! It turned out to be a member of the Mon Origin Spirit sect. Otherwise, I might be able to get some benefits this time. But who would be so bored as to pay such a high price to find someone to test me and even suppress me? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had just arrived at Myriad Arts Academy and did not know many people, let alone offend others. What kind of person would think so highly of him when he had just arrived? He could not figure it out. Third senior brother. Finally, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Yang Yuchen. The mission against me on the Darknet, was it you who posted it? Upon receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Yang Yuchen was stunned for a moment before replying bluntly, "How is that possible? Why would you say that I was the one who posted it? Your guess is illogical." Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian replied, "Didn't you say that even the palace master might post a mission to kill himself on the Darknet? Isn't it normal for you to post a mission to test me? Moreover, fourth senior sister's attitude towards me is clearly much better than her attitude towards you. Perhaps you're too embarrassed to make a move because fourth senior sister treats me better, so you posted a mission on the dark web to target me?" The more Duan Lingtian spoke, the more he felt that his guess might be right. Other than Yang Yuchen, He really couldn't think of anyone who would pay such a big price just to test him and suppress his limelight. Even now, he had offended Wang Yunxing of the Mon Origin Spirit sect. Even if he could afford to pay such a high price, it was impossible for him to pay such a high price to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was Yang Yuchen. Although Duan Lingtian was not with Yang Yuchen now, he could still feel waves of annoyance and helplessness from his tone. You think too much. Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I pay such a high price to target you? Just for a small matter. You think too highly of me. As Yang Yuchen spoke, the change in his tone made Duan Lingtian wonder if he had really guessed wrong. But if it weren't for you, third senior brother, who would target me like this? I'm new here, so I don't know many people. It's impossible for me to offend anyone, right? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. It was precisely because of this that he doubted Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out who would think so highly of him. After listening to Duan Lingtian's guess, Yang Yuchen spoke again, but his tone seemed to be suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Little junior brother, you seem to have forgotten something. That is, you're not alone in the Myriad Law Palace." Yang Yuchen said, "I'm not alone?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I'm alone? Why aren't you alone anymore?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but wonder why Yang Yuchen would say that he wasn't alone when he came to the Myriad Law Palace. Could it be that Yang Yuchen knew that he had a high-grade sword with a complete soul? As for the 5 divine elements, he felt that it was impossible for Yang Yuchen to discover it because he usually kept the microcosm in his body tightly shut. Not to mention an ultimate god expert, even an ultimate god expert wouldn't be able to pry into its mysteries. Once the microcosm in his body was tightly shut, it would be completely private. Therefore, he suspected that his cheap senior brother might have discovered the mysteries of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. As for Huang, she usually stayed in the small world within his body to avoid being discovered. However, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a complete soul divine sword after all. He didn't know if anyone would discover it when the soul of the sword wasn't there. Or rather, he didn't know if an ultimate god expert would be able to discover it under such circumstances. However, Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard Yang Yuchen's next words. It turned out that he didn't discover the secret of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When I brought you through the admission procedures, everyone knew that I called you junior brother and you called me third senior brother. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't know that I accepted a disciple on behalf of my master? Not many people in the internal palace know about it, but many people in the lineage of heritage know about it too. If it was in the past, no one would be so bored. But didn't I tell you? This generation's palace master is a weirdo. He actually wants me to be the next palace master. He also said that I don't need to leave the internal palace and only need to be in the lineage of heritage. Think about it, how many people in the lineage of heritage are dissatisfied with me? Especially those who thought they had a high chance of becoming the next palace master. How could they not see me as a thorn in their side? At this time, I have a junior brother like you. How could they not want to test you? Although you can't threaten them, if you can defeat the younger generation they've nurtured and I'm not weaker than them, how could they not be anxious? In the past, my advantage was my personal strength. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, I'm not as good as them. As the palace master, it's natural that I can't judge based on my strength. Even in terms of strength, I don't have much of an advantage over them. My advantage is that the current palace master wants to promote me. In fact, in their eyes, I'm not a threat at all. Although I'm not weak and have the support of the current palace master, in terms of nurturing the younger generation, they're 10 streets ahead of me. I can imagine that your appearance will make them feel threatened. I'm not weaker than them, and you're stronger than their younger generation. Coupled with the palace master's support, how could they not be afraid? Under such circumstances, it's normal for them to pay a price to test you. If they test you and find out that you're a big threat, they might even issue a mission to kill you to prevent future trouble. As Yang Yuchen spoke, although his tone was still calm, Duan Lingtian could still hear the anger that faintly flowed out behind the calmness. Obviously, Yang Yuchen was angry. I see. At this time, after listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. It was fine as long as he knew the reason. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know who was targeting him. Junior brother, don't leave the Myriad Arts Academy so easily in the future. Also, try not to live outside in the future and directly return to the inner academy. I'm just afraid that they'll do something desperate and make a move on you at the price of abandoning someone. Of course, that's after you show your value. This is also their original intention to test you. Yang Yuchen's words hit the nail on the head. As his voice fell, he sighed again. Sorry, I didn't think of this earlier. Otherwise, I'd remember to keep a distance from you outside. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian did not care. Third senior brother, you don't have to think like this. If they want to kill me, it'll also depend on whether they have the ability or not. Moreover, within the Myriad Arts Academy, presumably, they won't dare to casually let anyone make a move. Even if it's only a god emperor, it can also implicate them. Could it be that they're not worried that the palace master will hold them accountable? At most, I'll pay more attention and try not to leave the academy. After communicating with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian also knew that his situation in the Myriad Arts Academy was not very good, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. He, Duan Lingtian, was not so easy to kill. For so many years, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but in the end, wasn't he still alive and well? However, just because he did not care, it did not mean that Yang Yuchen did not care. Although with his words of comfort, Yang Yuchen's emotions gradually calmed down. There was one thing that Yang Yuchen was determined not to give in on. That was to let Duan Lingtian return to the independent dimension where the inner palace was from today onwards. When the time came, he would be able to leave the independent plane where the branch of the inner palace was and return to the school dormitory after going to the immortal remains. Okay. Hearing that this was Yang Yuchen's final bottom line, although Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless, he did not refuse. The only thing he was worried about was whether his third senior brother would purposely delay the time he entered the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse, right? After confirming from Yang Yuchen that the time to enter the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse would not be delayed, he left the academy dormitory with peace of mind and returned to the inner palace under Yang Yuchen's secret protection. Little junior brother, why are you back so late? Did someone bully you? Tell senior sister will stand up for you. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the independent dimension where the inner palace was located. In the idyllic garden where the inner palace was located, the young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn and serious expression. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of coldness flickering. Of course, this coldness was directed at the people who bullied Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4104. Looking at fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's pure eyes, Duan Lingtian's heart was touched. It was precisely because Lang Chunwon had always maintained the temperament of a young girl that he could see the value of her pure heart. Everything that this fourth senior sister showed in front of him now was from the bottom of her heart and was not pretentious. Fourth senior sister, no one bullied me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just learned more about Wanda Law Palace outside, so I came back a few days later. That's good. Upon hearing that, Lang Chunwon breathed a sigh of relief. Then she smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Little junior brother, let's go. Let's go see the residence that I've prepared for you. If there's anything you don't like, tell me and I'll change it for you immediately. Lang Chunwon called out to Duan Lingtian, then led Duan Lingtian forward. Soon, she brought Duan Lingtian to a quiet small courtyard in a corner of the field. The small courtyard was not there, but it was very cozy. In addition to the basic stone table and stone stools, there was also a rockery, a small pond, a swing, and so on. It was obvious that Lang Chunwon had put in a lot of effort. How is it? Little junior brother, do you like it? Is there anything I can change for you? Lang Chunwon looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle look in her eyes. This was her junior brother. She finally had a junior brother. Senior sister said that as the eldest senior sister, she had to dote on her junior brother and junior sister. In the past, she was the youngest. Now, she also had a junior brother. She should learn from senior sister and dote on her junior brother. I like it. Duan Lingtian smiled and replied, Senior sister, you don't have to change it anymore. It's fine like this. I like it a lot. That's good. Lang Chunwan nodded and then said, Then junior brother, you should rest first. When you're well rested and have time, I'll come and chat with you again. In the past, no one talked to me. Eldest senior sister left a long time ago, and so did second senior brother. Third senior brother rarely comes back. Towards the end, Lang Chunwan's mood was clearly not good, and Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. This fourth senior sister had such a temperament, he did not know how she had cultivated to the Emperor God realm. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Emperor God realm. All right, little junior brother, go back to your room and rest. I'm leaving first. If you have nothing to do, you can come and chat with me. I won't disturb you unless I have something to do. Senior sister said that I can't simply disturb people. Some people's cultivation progress will be slowed down because of my interruption, and it is very likely that they will die under the heavenly tribulation earlier. Although Lang Chunwan's temperament was small, she seemed to be very sensible. Listening to her, Duan Lingtan also realized that the eldest senior sister whom he had never met had spent a lot of effort on this fourth senior sister. And it was precisely because of Lang Chunwan's sensibility and thinking about this fourth senior sister's past that Duan Lingtian felt even more sorry for this fourth senior sister of his. I hope fourth senior sister can live a carefree life. After sighing inwardly, after Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian also returned to the only wooden house in the courtyard. In the wooden house, other than the bed, there were many furnishings and decorations. There were even many decorations pasted on the walls. On the wall beside the head of the bed, there was even a painting hanging. In the painting, there were 3 people. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the scene where the 3 of them were in. It was the independent plain where the inner palace was located, a farmland that looked like a paradise. As for the 3 people in the painting, Duan Lingtian was also familiar with them. It was him, Yang Yuchen, and Lang Chunwan. The 3 of them were vivid and lifelike, and their expressions were natural. It was the scene when Duan Lingtian was first brought to the paradise of the inner palace by Yang Yuchen. This was painted by 4th senior sister? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses. Then, he felt that this painting could only have been painted by 4th senior sister. At this moment, he did not know whether to think that 4th senior sister was boring or to praise that 4th senior sister's painting skills were at a master level. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian began to calm down. His originally agitated emotions also completely calmed down at this moment. Next, he should be staying here for about a year. At least, in this year or so, he would not be able to leave the independent plain where the inner palace was located. According to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, there was no way to enter the independent plain where the inner palace was located without the unique handprint opening method of the inner palace. Not to mention other people in the Myriad Law Academy, even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master could not enter. This was the private land of the inner palace, and non-members of the inner palace were not allowed to enter. The inner palace is really special in the Myriad Law Academy. Just like the external students, they don't receive any special treatment and have to rely on themselves to fight for everything. In the Myriad Law Academy, the people of the inner palace are no different from ordinary students. However, while the inner palace doesn't possess any of the resources of the 10,000 Law Academy, the 10,000 Law Academy won't be able to touch anything that belongs to the inner palace, such as this independent plane and the remains of the supreme expert. Duan Lingtian did not know if the inner palace had anything else. Perhaps there was, but he obviously could not come into contact with it at the moment. However, based on Yang Yuchen's analysis, he knew that when he came to the Myriad Law Academy and the inner palace, he had become a thorn in the side of some people. The Myriad Law Academy seemed to be calm and undisturbed. In fact, there was an undercurrent surging behind the scenes. All of this was related to the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy wanting Yang Yuchen, the leader of the inner palace, to become the next palace master. This was something that had never happened before in history. Although third senior brother always says that this generation's palace master is a weirdo, that's why he wants him to become the next palace master. How can someone who can become the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy be a wantonly mediocre person? He wants third senior brother to succeed, so third senior brother must have some redeeming qualities. Otherwise, why would he do this? Although Duan Lingtian was new here, he understood some basic principles. However, even if I don't cause trouble, if someone provokes me, I'm not to be trifled with. A cold light suddenly flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Third senior brother wants me to return to the academy dormitory after coming out of the ultimate powerhouse's relic. He wants me to further improve my strength in the ultimate powerhouse's relic so that I can protect myself when I return to the academy dormitory. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. My current strength is still too weak. If I can become an upper divine emperor as soon as possible, even if it's an ordinary emperor god, I can kill him like a dog. Moreover, currently, the Myriad Law Academy is full of dangers. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inner palace's independent plane to cultivate, the people who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian at the Myriad Law Academy's legacy branch also received news. Duan Lingtian is hiding. Yang Yuchen brought him back to the inner palace. Did he notice something? Do you really think Yang Yuchen is so stupid that he can't detect something like this? Duan Lingtian is new here, who would target him other than us? We wanted to test him, but he didn't even respond. Now that Wang Yunsheng seems to have given up on the mission? Cancel the mission. It's meaningless. Moreover, we've alerted the enemy. I'm afraid the palace master already knows about this. Let's keep quiet for a while. At least, before Duan Lingtian shows enough of a threat, we should keep quiet for a while. We should have confidence in the disciples we've taught. Many people in the lineage of inheritance started to communicate with each other via voice transmission. After communicating for a while, the lineage of inheritance returned to deathly silence once more. In the Myriad Law Academy, many people were lamenting Duan Lingtian's undeserved reputation. However, there were also people who felt that Duan Lingtian's reputation was not undeserved. Perhaps, as he had said, he did not deign to fight with Wang Yunsheng. If Duan Lingtian's reputation was undeserved, would Vice Palace Master Yang have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master? Of course, as time passed, the topic of conversation in the Myriad Law Academy gradually shifted to something else. Duan Lingtian stayed in the inner palace's independent plane and no longer appeared in the sights of others in the Myriad Law Academy. Most people gradually forgot about him. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly cultivating in the inner palace's independent plane, suddenly opened his eyes. Flames of anger rose in his eyes, and the divine power he released became somewhat restless. If he had not withdrawn his divine power in time, the wooden house he was in might have been reduced to dust. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine power, a hurried and pleasant voice came from outside. Are you all right? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses. He forced a smile on his face and said to the person outside. Then you. The person who had come was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwon. Senior sister, I only displayed my divine power because I had a sudden epiphany during cultivation. I'm going to continue cultivating. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Lang Chunwon, who was outside, heard Duan Lingtian's reply and felt relieved. She left. Solitary destructive heaven, Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, which had been rebuilt not long ago, was once again in ruins. A tall figure stood in the void. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his face was concealed by a force. Unless one could see through this force, it would be difficult to see his true appearance. Bang! The black-robed man casually struck out and pierced through the void. In the next instant, Feng Qingyang's law avatar was shattered and turned into nothingness. An upper celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian stared at the mysterious black-robed man with an unsightly expression on his face as he said coldly, even if you're hiding your identity, I can still guess you're from the Mon Origin Spirit sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left alive in the huge heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian's law of time avatar was the only one left alive. Chapter 4105. The Mon Origin Divine Sect? The black-robed man scoffed disdainfully when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. It's been a long time since I've returned to the lower realms. I didn't expect my descendant would die at the hands of you, Duan Lingtian. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill everyone who's related to you. Oh, there's one more thing I have to tell you. My brother who left the Devata realms with me and went to the realms of gods was also killed by you. Just like me, his descendants were killed by you as well. Now that he's gone to your hometown, the Saint Province realm. Based on the time, your hometown should have disappeared from this world by now. The black-robed man sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. You're going to destroy a mundane realm? Do you know how many living beings there are in that realm? Duan Lingtian did not expect the people from the Mon Origin Divine Sect would be so crazy as to destroy a mundane realm just to take revenge on him. There were more than tens of thousands of living beings in a mundane realm. That's not something we need to worry about. The black-robed man smiled indifferently. You're the one who caused the disappearance of the Saint Province realm. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for killing so many people in the past. When the black-robed man finished speaking, he ignored Duan Lingtian's expression that was turning uglier and uglier as he continued to say, unfortunately, the people who are directly related to you, Duan Lingtian, or their direct descendants, have all disappeared. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended too many people that they have no choice but to hide. I only hope they continue to hide. In the future, my brother and I will return to the lower realms from time to time. If those people show up, we don't mind sending them on their way. The black-robed man continued to say, although those people have gone into hiding, we've annihilated their clans and sects. Annihilate the entire clan. Although their direct descendants have been taken away by them, there must still be some friends in their clans and sects who are on good terms with them, right? Do they feel guilty that their friends died because of them? The black-robed man chuckled. And all of this was caused by you, Duan Lingtian. Their deaths should be blamed on you, Duan Lingnan. Duan Lingtian's face turned uglier with every sentence uttered by the black-robed man. He had never imagined that the people of the Mon Origin Spirit sect would be so crazy. The people who were related to him had left. The people who were related to him had also left. However, these people did not let go of those who had no interaction with Duan Lingtian. The slaughter won't end unless you, Duan Lingtian, commit suicide on the spot in front of everyone in Myriad Law Palace. The black-robed man continued to say. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian was so angry that he laughed. You know I'm in the Myriad Law Palace. How dare you say you're not a member of the Mon Origin Spirit sect? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the energy in front of the black-robed human face trembled a few times. Then he raised his hand again and attacked. It tore through the sky and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Faced with the black-robed man's attack, Duan Lingtian's clone who had comprehended the law of time said coldly, from today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, will fight to the death with the Mon Origin Spirit sect. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's clone who had comprehended the law of time was defeated. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the black-robed man, there was no other living being in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's clones and Feng Qingyang's clones did not leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, such as Meng Luo and Hua Lao, had left long ago. Young master, did the people from the Mon Origin Spirit sect make their move? Meng Luo asked with a grim expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's clone rising into the air. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at the sky. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, used to be the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Normally, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Yes. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. His current law clone was the one who had used the space-piercing divine shuttle to return to the lower secondary realm. It was not the law clone that had accompanied his family. He had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to settle down those who were related to him in the Devata realms. For example, his senior brothers and senior sisters from the heavenly lake palace in the boundless heaven, and his teacher from the heavenly lake palace had all been brought here by him. He had even brought their direct descendants along. Apart from that, Su Li Huangjialong, Su Li Huangjialong, and the others who were related to them were also brought to the solitary destructive heaven. It was all to avoid the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's retaliation. After all, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect had a bad reputation. In the eyes of ordinary people, there was no conflict between Duanling Tian and the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Did they have to join the solitary destructive heaven just because they invited them? Was the solitary destructive heaven not too unreasonable? Young master, the most they can do is destroy your and Lord Heavenly Emperor's clones. There's no need for you to be angry. Meng Luo comforted him. Senior Meng Luo. Duanling Tian shook his head. Not only did they destroy my and my master's clones, but they also killed everyone they could kill. Although my friends and family managed to escape, their clans and sects were all killed. Also, the Saint Realm, the mundane realm where my master and I came from, was completely destroyed. How could a god emperor be so powerful? Although Duanling Tian's expression remained calm when he finished speaking, Meng Luo could clearly feel the air around him turning colder. He could not help but shudder. All of them came from the Devata realms and went to the Mystic Gangland to join the Mon-Origin Spirit sect? Meng Luo asked grimly. If they weren't god emperors, they wouldn't have been able to unleash their full strength in the lower realms. Duanling Tian replied. Don't these people have any descendants in the lower realms? They're so ruthless. Meng Luo said angrily. In fact, Duanling Tian had thought about what Meng Luo had just said. However, since the other party had already made a move, there was no point in thinking about it anymore. It was obvious the other party wanted to kill them all. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. It was time for him to tell them about what had happened. Perhaps, they had already learned about what had happened through the shattered soul pearls. After all, they had the soul pearls of some of their friends in their clans and sections. Since those people had died, it was only natural that their soul pearls had shattered as well. Following that, Duanling Tian began to visit them one by one. He went to look for him, explained the whole story, and then apologized. After all, he was the one to blame for this matter. If it were not for him, the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect would not have come. This has nothing to do with you, so there's no need for you to take it to heart. I can only say that the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, a godly venerable god force in the realms of gods, has gone too far. Huang Jialong said through gritted teeth. The others nodded in agreement as well. Based on what you've said, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect isn't the only force that you've rejected. If that's the case, why didn't the other forces make a fuss about it? That's right. It's all the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's fault. They're a cult. Junior brother Duanling, once you're stronger, you must annihilate the cult and avenge the Heavenly Pool Palace. While Duanling Tian was apologizing, the people who were brought here by Duanling Tian were furious. However, their anger was not directed at Duanling Tian, but at the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face as he said solemnly, I, Duanling Tian, promise you that once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely flatten the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. When the time comes, I will use the floating image pearl to record the scene and comfort the souls of those who died innocently. Although the others did not blame Duanling Tian, they did not blame him. Not only that, but they did not blame him in their hearts as well. However, Duanling Tian still blamed himself. Late at night, Duanling Tian hovered in the air above a perilous mountain peak as he looked into the distance with an indifferent expression on his face. You don't have to blame yourself. Nobody is blaming you. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind Duanling Tian and said softly, Before Duan Lingtian could reply, she frowned slightly and looked behind her. Lilua, why are you here? Hurry up and return. Otherwise, I'll ask Master to send you into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a young woman with delicate features walked out from the forest. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "Senior sister, I won't disturb you and brother-in-law any longer." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from sight. "I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the woman who had a cold temperament but was looking at him with a gentle gaze. He said apologetically, "If I hadn't gone to find you back then, very few people would have known about us. The Mon Origins sect wouldn't have attacked your sect. It has nothing to do with you." The woman with a cold temperament was none other than Murong Bing. She shook her head in the face of Duan Lingtian's apology. "You've done well enough. My master and the others of my bloodline managed to escape in time. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. Thank you for saving them." Murong Bing said softly. She could imagine that if the person in front of her, whom she missed day and night, hadn't made proper arrangements, no one in her sect would have survived. "Thank you for thinking of me at this time. I'm sorry." "Is that all you know how to say sorry?" "I'm sorry." Late at night, under the moonlight, the figures of a man and a woman stood on a mountain peak as if they were a still picture. Chapter 4106. Land of Xingang. Myriad Arts Academy. After Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested for a while. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Monorigin Divine Sect. Although the person who attacked him said that he had killed his descendant and was seeking revenge, Duan Lingtian did not believe him at all. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, what kind of hatred could make the other party destroy a mundane realm? A mundane realm. That's a mundane realm. How could it be destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian's clone had gone to take a look. His hometown in this life, the sanctuary realm, really did not exist anymore. It was as if it had never existed. He could not find his way back. There was no way back. This matter is not over. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and left the independent realm of the inner palace without alerting Lang Chunwan. Even though only half a year had passed since then. Although it was not yet the appointed date with third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Nevertheless, he still came out. He had no choice but to come out. He could not hold back his anger any longer. Third senior brother. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere. He only sent a message to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He could not send messages through the realm, so he had to come out. Little junior brother? Yang Yuchen was a little surprised that Duan Lingtian suddenly sent him a message. He then asked with a smile, "What's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you can't hold it in anymore? I'll let you enter the relic of the ultimate powerhouse in 5 months at most." Now, Yang Yuchen thought that his junior brother had left the independent plane of the inner palace to look for him because he couldn't hold back his temper and was in a hurry. "Third senior brother, I have something to ask of you," Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. "What is it?" Yang Yuchen was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't try to hide anything. He simply explained what had happened. "I would like to ask third senior brother's nomological clone to kill that Mon Origin spirit sex Celestial the Arch Powerhouse." Since Yang Yuchen was not a native of the realms of gods, he was able to display his full strength even if he went to the lower realms. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, was an ultimate god expert and a medium-level ultimate god. Even if it was just a law avatar, he could easily kill the Mon Origin god sex emperor gods in the lower planes. "Are you sure they are from the Mon Origin cult?" After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear the slight change in his third senior brother's tone. Before this, he had always heard his third senior brother speak in a gentle and refined manner, and it had never changed in the slightest. "Apart from them, it can't be anyone else," Duan Lingtian said confidently. "Moreover, even if third senior brother made a move, it wouldn't be easy to find out if they are from the Mon Origin Divine Sect." Due to the difference in cultivation bases, I couldn't see through the person who attacked. However, I'm guessing the person is only a law avatar and not his true self. Duan Lingtian felt slightly aggrieved when he said this. He was too weak. He could not even tell if the person was his true self or a law avatar. Moreover, under such circumstances, both his and his master's law avatars were easily destroyed by the person who attacked them. I'm sure I'll be able to find some clues if I make a trip there. If I can find some clues and find out who is from the Mon origin divine sect, I'll ask them to give you an explanation for this matter. Yang Yuchen's voice turned colder when he said this. Little junior brother, I can understand how you feel. However, what you need to do now is to improve your strength. 5 months from now, I'll send you to the ruins of the supreme powerhouses. With your innate talent, you should be able to gain something by then. As for the Mon origin divine sect, there's nothing you can do if you're not strong enough. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian. I understand. Duan Lingtian replied. Then, he said, Senior brother, my law avatar will wait for you 10,000 miles south of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now, I'll return to the inner court. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Yang Yuchen's reply before he made another hand seal and opened the door to the independent realm of the inner palace. After Duan Lingtian returned to the 10,000 Arts Academy, another Yang Yuchen appeared in a quiet room in the Myriad Arts Academy. It was none other than Yang Yuchen's law avatar. If the culprit is really from the Mon origin divine sect, the culprit must die. Yang Yuchen muttered under his breath. Then he casually brought out a divine space-piercing shuttle and pierced through space before his law avatar entered the shuttle. South of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, 10,000 miles away, in a lofty mountain range, Duan Lingtian's law avatar hovered in the air. Soon after, Yang Yuchen's law avatar arrived. Little junior brother, what's your next step? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian after he appeared. Rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian replied. Before Yang Yuchen arrived, he had already contacted Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others. With Yang Yuchen around, there was no need to worry about their safety. All right. Yang Yuchen nodded. Naturally, he knew his little junior brother was only trying to bait him. Following that, Duan Lingtian summoned Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the other elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, Yang Yuchen was secretly guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just 2 months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was rebuilt to its former glory under the leadership of Hua Lao and Meng Luo. However, during these 2 months, no one came looking for trouble. It was as though the culprit had disappeared without a trace. They're not stupid. In a spacious courtyard in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen sat opposite each other. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, even if they receive the news, I'm afraid they won't dare to come. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. If I had known earlier, I would have asked your law avatar to come and guard the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, third senior brother. There's no such thing as if you had known earlier. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Moreover, you didn't say anything in the past. You probably didn't want to owe me a favor, so you didn't ask for my help. Later on, he opened his mouth because he had suffered a great loss. Filled with anger, he came to me for help. Yang Yuchen's words exposed the change in Duan Lingtian's mentality. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After all, that was indeed what he thought. It's fine. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, it's just a law avatar anyway. I'll leave this law avatar here for a while and see if they still dare to come. Since they're here, they'll stay. However, I don't think they'll come. At the very least, they won't come in the near future. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. However, he knew the culprit would not take the bait so easily. At this moment, any normal person would be able to tell it was a trap. Next, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, they'll either not make a move. If they make a move, it'll probably just be a test. They might deliberately ask those who have nothing to do with the Mon-Origin sect to make a move. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with admiration. He did not expect this little junior brother of his would be able to maintain his composure and make such an analysis under such circumstances. I even suspect that the person who made a move earlier might not be from the Mon-Origin sect. Yang Yuchen said, however, the possibility of this is not high. After all, you said it yourself. The person who made the move was a higher god emperor. You'll have to pay a high price if you want to invite a higher god emperor to make a move on your foundation in the lower dimensions. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Moreover, you're not alone now. You're a student of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and my junior brother. The junior brother of a medium god. Who would want to provoke him without sufficient benefits? Moreover, it would be a death feud. The land of Shengang. In the Mon-Origin sect. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Ling Tian and his men have returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild it. After that, they continued to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with great fanfare. I suspect this is a trap, so I didn't ask them to make a move and allowed them to return first. In the spacious hall, the person in the lower seat said respectfully to the old man sitting in the front seat. All right. The old man nodded. Well done. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian must have found someone to help him. In fact, Yang Yuchen's clones might be guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yang Yuchen is not someone to be trifled with. The old man, who was the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin divine sect, could not help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes. If his law doppelganger is formed from the law he's good at, it'll be easy for him to kill a lower ultimate god. Don't make any rash moves without my permission. As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, Yang Yuchen won't be able to do anything even if he suspects the Mon-Origin divine sect. However, if we leave any evidence behind, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape unscathed. The subordinate inhaled sharply when he heard the old man's words. Lord Vice Sect Master, is it that serious? With your status, do you think Yang Yuchen will be able to do anything to you even if the matter is exposed? Humph. The old man snorted. Yang Yuchen won't be able to do anything to me. However, if the old man from the Myriad Law Academy intervenes, let alone me, even if there are 2 or 3 of me, I'm afraid the Mon-Origin divine sect will still hand me over. Let's keep quiet for a while. Duan Lingtan must be furious, but there's nothing he can do, right? If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing how to appreciate favors and refusing to join our Mon-Origin divine sect. He can only blame himself for offending the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect. Chapter 4107. As a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, the Mon-Origin divine sect was naturally not afraid of the Myriad Law Academy. However, if one side was unreasonable and did something that crossed the line, they would need to make a statement to extinguish the anger of the other side. After all, they were in the wrong. If they did not make a statement, would they be hinting to the other party that they could attack the people from the Mon-Origin divine sect? If that was the case, it would be a mess. Although the Mon-Origin divine sect was not afraid of trouble and often took the initiative to stir up trouble, it did not mean they were willing to be enemies with the Myriad Law Academy. The Myriad Law Academy had always been a special existence among the heavyweight godly venerable rank forces. Many people even suspected it had the protection of a supreme expert. The reason for this suspicion was that the Myriad Law Academy had fought 2 major godly venerable rank forces in the history of the Mystic Gangland. However, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. It was said that both times, the supreme expert behind the godly venerable rank forces had shown up. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. Was it because the supreme expert had shown mercy? If it was only one time, it might be the case. However, if it was the same both times, it was somewhat thought-provoking. For this reason, the Myriad Law Academy's position in the Mystic Gangland had always been special. Although it was only a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, The other heavyweight godly venerable rank forces did not dare to treat it as an ordinary heavyweight godly venerable rank force. Let's wait patiently. I don't usually use my law clones anyway, so it doesn't matter where they are. During this period of time, don't slack off on your cultivation. Although it can't be said that the higher your cultivation, the greater the benefits of the trip to the ultimate powerhouse's ruins, there are only benefits to being stronger, and there are no disadvantages. You've already mastered the Tao of control, so you should be able to further improve your mastery of the law of time. After all, you're an expert in the law of space. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian. Of course, they were all just nomological law avatars here. Their true bodies were in the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland. What Yang Yuchen did not know was that although Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the law of space, his attainments in the law of time were inferior. This was because his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the past. The supreme powerhouse who had left behind the inheritance was a powerhouse who specialized in the laws of time. At that time, Duan Lingtian had stayed in a place similar to the law chamber left behind by that supreme master for a period of time. Not only had he comprehended the law of time, but his attainments were also not low. I understand, third senior brother. Next, I will cultivate in peace until you tell me to go to the ruins. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was useless for him to be anxious. The people from the Mono Yuan spirit cult hadn't come yet. Most likely, they wouldn't come in a short time. Rather than spending time on this, it was better to cultivate in peace. Furthermore, with Yang Yuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. In the end, I still have to beg third senior brother, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, before he left the Pure Sun sect, he had already made preparations to guard against the Monarch spirit cult, but he never thought that the people of the Monarch spirit cult would be so shameless. After those who were related to him had gone into hiding, they even attacked those who were from the same sect as him. They even killed the people from the Mono Yuan spirit cult. The Mono Yuan spirit cult. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had another goal that he was eager to accomplish. His biggest goal in the past was to find his wife, Kerr, and reunite with Kerr. Then he would bring Kerr away from the divine offering land and reunite with his family. In the next few months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was peaceful. No one dared to cause trouble. As for Duan Lingtian, after cultivating for a period of time, he was finally awakened by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had returned to the inner palace. Little junior brother, we can enter the relic of the supreme powerhouse now. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse. In fact, Duan Lingtian had not been cultivating for a long time. It was not that he did not work hard, but he was distracted by distracting thoughts and could not calm down to cultivate. After all, what he encountered this time was no ordinary matter. Many lives had withered because of him. Most importantly, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything about it. He knew it was the Mono Yuan spirit cult's doing, but there was nothing he could do. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and met Yang Yuchen, who was waiting outside. Third senior brother, where's the ruins of the supreme powerhouse? It's in the Myriad Law Palace. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, to be precise, there's another independent plane right next to the independent plane where we're located. Speaking of which, our independent plane is connected to that independent plane. However, it's extremely difficult to enter that independent plane without destroying it. Therefore, we usually enter from outside. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse were right next to them? Third senior brother, are you here to bring little junior brother out to play? Suddenly, the figure of a young girl appeared like a ghost between Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen, and she looked at Yang Yuchen with excitement as she asked. The young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. No. Upon seeing Lang Chunwan, Yang Yuchen smiled awkwardly. I'm here to bring little junior brother to the ruins of the supreme powerhouse. Junior sister, I think you should stay in your room and cultivate normally. Otherwise, you can stay in this field and comprehend the Tao of control and the order of time. Although you can't enter the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse now, you can still benefit from it since it's right next to the ruins. Yang Yuchen then looked at Duan Lingtian. How old is your little junior brother? He's already mastered the Tao of control. As for you, you haven't even mastered the embryonic form. As a senior sister, don't you feel ashamed? Yang Yuchen smiled. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Lang Chunwan was stunned. She then looked at Duan Lingtian with her eyes wide open. Little junior brother has already mastered the Tao of control? Really? Third senior brother, you're not lying to me, right? The Tao of control is very difficult to master. Lang Chunwan's tone was full of doubt. Little junior brother, I trust you more. Tell me, have you mastered the Tao of control? I don't believe third senior brother's words. While Yang Yuchen looked helpless, Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan with a smile. Fourth senior sister, I mastered the Tao of control by chance. It doesn't mean anything even if I mastered it earlier than you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan also got a definite answer. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she did not speak for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she muttered, I can't be worse than little junior brother. As a senior sister, I should be a role model for little junior brother. Third senior brother, little junior brother, I'm going to cultivate now. I won't come out of seclusion until I master the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Lang Chunwan came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, showing her childish nature. Yang Yuchen had long been used to this. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not used to it at first, but he was gradually getting used to it. Little junior brother. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at Duan Lingtian. Why do I feel like your aura is a little restless? Is your cultivation not going well? As an ultimate god expert, Yang Yuchen could clearly sense the restlessness in Duan Lingtian's aura even if he did not deliberately check on Duan Lingtian. There's resentment in my heart that can't be resolved. Seeing that Yang Yuchen had noticed, Duan Lingtian did not hide it. He smiled bitterly and said, Fortunately, my 1,000-year tribulation is still early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be affected by the inner demon. Even if I can get through it, I'm afraid I'll be injured. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the heavenly tribulation now. It could be said that he could easily shatter the heavenly tribulation and pass the heavenly tribulation. However, if the inner demon came, he would be injured even though he was supposed to be unscathed. Because of what happened in the lower dimensions? Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. What's done is done. There will come a day when the truth comes to light. When that time comes, I'll get justice for you. Yang Yuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. When that time comes, if I don't have the ability, I'll look for the palace master. If the palace master still can't do it, I'll look for first senior sister and second senior brother. The moment Yang Yuchen's words left his mouth, apart from feeling touched, Duan Lingtian was also shaken. Based on what his third senior brother said, even if the first senior sister and second senior brother were not stronger than the palace master, they were not weak. At least, they were not weaker than his third senior brother. Third senior brother, are first senior sister and second senior brother also medium ultimate gods? Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother is a medium ultimate god. Yang Yuchen said, as for first senior sister, I'm not sure if she has broken through yet. Under normal circumstances, she should have broken through. However, that's not necessarily true. The higher ultimate god realm is not that simple. All in all, you just have to remember that you're a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's internal branch. The internal branch is not that easy to bully. You want to bully the internal branch? Not even a giant ultimate god force can do that, let alone a small Mon-origin divine sect. A cold light flashed in Yang Yuchen's eyes again as he finished speaking. At that moment, Duan Lingtian had a new understanding of the internal branch. At the same time, he felt that joining the internal branch of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace was the wisest decision. Let's go. Yang Yuchen took Duan Ling Tian and left the independent dimension where the internal branch was located. He then made a series of more complicated hand seals in the void not far away. A moment later, an open black hole that was constantly rotating appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 4108. The ceaselessly rotating black hole was like a black whirlpool that emitted waves of terrifying suction force. Even though Duan Ling Tian was far away, he could still feel the suction force that assaulted his face. Although the ultimate expert's relic is also an independent dimension, it's different from the independent dimension where the internal palace is. It's an independent dimension that hasn't been developed or modified. Of course, there's no way to develop or modify it. Or rather, there's no way to develop or modify it. Perhaps the ultimate experts have the means, but at least a higher ultimate god wouldn't. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment. He did not avoid Duan Ling Tian's shocked gaze as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. There have been many higher ultimate gods in the history of the inner palace. After you enter, look for your own opportunities. Although I've been there before, I can't give you any pointers. Everyone who enters the ultimate expert's relic will see a different scene. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and I have suspected this before. It's probably because of you. Or rather, it's more like a nightmare world. At least, the places that the three of us enter are very familiar to us. As for looking for opportunities in there, just do as you wish. There's no need to be too deliberate. Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the ultimate expert's relic to be such a unique existence. Before this, he thought that before he entered, his third senior brother would share his experience with him so that he would be able to gain the most from it. However, it seemed like he had thought too much. It turned out that different people would see different scenes in the ultimate expert's relic. Moreover, according to his third senior brother, it was a scene that he was familiar with. The place of the outer fringe? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded again. Little junior brother, after you enter, you don't have to think about anything else. Just follow your heart. You'll be at a disadvantage if you think too much. You just have to remember two things. The ultimate expert who left behind the ultimate expert's relic was skilled in the law of time. At the same time, he comprehended the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Inside, you just need to focus on these 2 points. Also, although the slaughter inside won't really kill you, every time you die, you'll have to start all over again. Moreover, he might have started from the starting point of another line. Try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be forcefully sent out. Speaking of which, the reason why fourth junior sister didn't even manage to grasp the embryonic form was also because she quickly died 3 times and was sent out. The scenes that appear in the ruins of the supreme powerhouses are all targeted at the heart of the person who enters them. For example, if you enter the ruins and don't have a greater obsession, you might see the people of the Mon Origin divine sect that you've seen before. If you see them, kill them if you can. If you can't, run. Try not to die. Judging from the long history of our inner palace, the longer we stay in the ultimate expert's ruins, the more benefits we'll get. Among our generation of inner palace disciples, eldest senior sister and I have stayed in there the longest, and we've both mastered the Tao of control. Second senior brother is slightly lacking. Fourth junior sister is even worse. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Ling Tian had a rough idea of what was going on. The longer one stayed in the ultimate expert's ruins, the more benefits they would get. Perhaps fourth senior sister had not stayed in there for long. She did not even manage to grasp the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Second senior brother had not stayed in there for long and had only grasped the embryonic form of the Tao of control. As for eldest senior sister and third senior brother, they had stayed in there for a long time and had grasped the Tao of control. Every time someone enters the ultimate expert's ruins, they'll need to rest and replenish the special spirit energy hidden in there. However, even if the spirit energy recovers, those who have entered before can't enter a second time. You only have this one chance, so you must cherish it. Remember what I told you. If you can avoid dying, try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be sent out. The longer you stay in there, the more benefits you'll get. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian again. In response to Yang Yuchen's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. I understand, third senior brother. All right, it's good that you understand. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, you may enter directly. If you die 3 times in there and are forcefully sent out, you'll return here. I'll wait for you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the void without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Duan Lingtian moved at the right time and leaped into the black hole in front of him. The moment he entered the black hole, he felt an irresistible force enveloping his body and bringing him in. At the same time, his consciousness became blurry. When Duan Lingtian's body was submerged in the black hole, Yang Yuchen suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered as he muttered, I wonder, how long can this little junior brother last in there? Back then, I lasted for 3 months and more than 12 days in there. Eldest senior sister lasted for 4 months. Second senior brother only lasted for less than 2 months in there. Little junior sister only lasted for half a month in there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Yang Yuchen's words since he had already entered the Supreme Powerhouse's remnant. Now, after being in a daze for a while, he had finally regained consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that he had returned to his hometown in the mundane plane. This was also the first place he had appeared in after his rebirth, the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Boom! Before he could come back to his senses, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then, with a flash of his body, he subconsciously stepped into the air and saw that the entire Li clan, and even the entire Fresh Breeze Town, had been turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river among the rubble. A black-robed man could be seen hovering in the air in the distance. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was the same person who had destroyed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and destroyed Duan Lingtian's and his master Feng Qingyang's clones. It's you again. Although Duan Lingtian knew everything before his eyes was fake, his expression could not help but change. Although Duan Lingtian kept telling himself that everything was fake, the feeling of the wind blowing against his face gave him a feeling that everything was real. Was it real or fake? At this moment, it was difficult to tell the difference. It's fake. It's all fake. While Duan Lingtian was constantly trying to persuade himself, the black-robed man standing nearby actually laughed sinisterly. That's right. It's me. Duan Lingtian, I'm the one who destroyed you and your master Feng Qingyang's clones. Today, I'll destroy your true self. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he flew toward Duan Lingtian with a murderous aura surging from his body. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, who had calmed down, became agitated again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Teleportation. 2 teleportations. After 2 teleportations, the black-robed man disappeared from his sight. However, although the black-robed man had disappeared before his eyes, the black-robed man's voice still reverberated in his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can't escape. You're just a little divine emperor. You can't escape from me, a high-level emperor god. Today you'll definitely die. The deafening voice was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian continued to flee. Is this real or fake? But why does it feel so real? Then, Duan Lingtian continued to teleport. During this process, he deliberately touched some things and could feel their touch. He could even feel the pain when he pinched himself. A gust of wind whistled and Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he quickly moved to the side. It was a 7-foot-long spear. It brushed past his body and left a trail of blood on his body. Then, with a loud boom, it landed on a mountain peak below him. Bang! After a loud bang, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rumble! Rumble! Duan Lingtian glanced sideways and saw the mountain peak that was originally intact had turned into ruins. He had intentionally taken a look at this mountain peak previously. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had passed by the mountain path at the foot of this mountain. At that time, he had intentionally raised his head to look at this mountain. He felt that this mountain was very tall and wondered when he would be able to fly to the top of the mountain and look down at this mountain and the surrounding land. Naturally, that was just a thought at that time. Later on, he had forgotten about it. He had never realized that thought. However, at this moment, he remembered it. The thought at that moment felt like it had happened yesterday. While Duan Ling Tian was in a daze, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was accompanied by an excited cry. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically at this moment. Oh no! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw at the instant he was distracted, a spear light that was like an enormous pillar soared through the sky, and it was like a light of annihilation that enveloped him within it. At the same time, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. Then he lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he discovered he was no longer in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. He was currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Little junior brother, what are you thinking about? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered he was in the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then he saw Yang Yuchen standing next to him. Third senior brother? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he raised his guard. At the same time, he teleported away from Yang Yuchen and stared at him from afar. Chapter 4109. In less than a day, Duan Lingtian had died. It was only when he died that Duan Lingtian realized he had been too careless. How could he have let his mind wander when he was being chased by a god emperor? Naturally, he knew his opponent might not have been able to catch up to him as long as he was not distracted. Otherwise, what was the point of playing this game? He did not believe that the ruins of an utmost powerful being were meant to send him to his death. At the very least, he was certain he would not have died if he was not distracted. I can't let my mind wander. All of this is fake. No matter how real it is, it's fake. Everything in front of me isn't real. Anyone can make a move on me. Duan Lingtian had calmed down a lot after his first death. At the very least, it allowed Duan Lingtian to understand his current situation. What he had to do was to survive and nothing else. As long as he could stay alive, he would be able to survive. According to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the longer he stayed in this place, the more benefits he would reap. The earlier he died 3 times, the lesser the benefits he would reap. Little junior brother, what's going on? In the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen frowned in confusion when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him warily from afar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Although his true body was in the ruins of a supreme powerhouse, his law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace. His law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace, which was enough to prove that everything in front of him was fake. Third senior brother, I have to leave for a while. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yang Yuchen before he prepared to leave. However, at the moment when he was about to leave, a figure appeared in the distance like a ghost. Furthermore, it was flying through the sky toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. The black-clad man looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingen, it seems like you didn't learn your lesson last time. How dare you return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Furthermore, it's my true self. Today, you will definitely die. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, he directly attacked Duan Lingtian. He stepped into the air with an overbearing aura. But right at this moment, a cold snort seemed to resound from the heavens and earth. A mere high god emperor dares to say that he wants to kill my Yang Yuchen's junior brother? Yang Yuchen? Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, the black-robed man's figure that was stepping through the air suddenly stopped. At the same time, his body trembled. 10,000 Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen? Mid-level ultimate god. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian saw the black-robed man who had just come to a halt and was trembling in fear was killed by Yang Yuchen with just a casual strike. The black-robed man was as weak as a piece of paper in front of Yang Yuchen. After killing the black-robed man, Yang Yuchen took the black-robed man's spatial ring. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Junior brother, claim ownership of this spatial ring and see if you can find any evidence to prove he's from the Mon Origin Divine Sect. If you can find any evidence, I'll bring you to the Mon Origin Divine Sect to seek justice." Yang Yuchen gestured for Duan Ling Tian to come over. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that even though he knew everything before his eyes was fake, he still felt delighted when he saw Yang Yuchen killing his opponent. However, when Yang Yuchen gestured for him to come over, he became wary again. "Why do you want me to come over? Can't you look for evidence on your own? I'm not as familiar with the Mon Origin Divine Sect as you are." Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian ignored Yang Yuchen. While Yang Yuchen was waiting expectantly for him to come over, Duan Ling Tian teleported a second time and disappeared before Yang Yuchen's eyes. Almost as soon as the second teleportation was completed, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the top of his head. Then, a beam of light fell from the sky and headed straight for him. "It's over!" Almost as soon as the beam of light fell and enveloped Duan Ling Tian only had one thought left in his mind. At the same time, he complained to himself. "How could it be over? I ran away as soon as I could. How could I die like this?" However, in the next moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that after the beam of light fell, he did not die. The beam of light did not have any lethality. Instead, it seemed like it was a gift. Under the cover of the beam of light, Duan Ling Tian felt as if his soul had been sublimated. The bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time on the path of control began to loosen at this moment. Is this the benefit of the path of control that third senior brother mentioned? Directly falling from the sky to help me improve the path of control? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. This is the relic of the ultimate contender. Is this how it gives people benefits? Just now, did I pass a hurdle? While taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian also realized that everything around him began to change. The original vast land quickly turned into a huge palace. Duan Ling Tian was sure that he had never been to such a palace before. And when he appeared in the palace, a figure flashed not far away and stared at him from afar. It was a young man. As soon as he appeared and saw him, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned ugly. His eyes seemed to spit fire. This was because the person in front of him was none other than Yun Qingyan, the direct descendant of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land. Yun Qingyan was also the son of the current patriarch of the Yun family. In the Yun family, his status was high and mighty. Duan Ling Tian had heard this from his family and friends when he reunited with them after Xia Jie sent them away from the divine offering land. "Duan Ling Tian," Yun Qingyan said. His voice was as casual and frivolous as before. "I didn't expect to see a piece of trash like you here. The piece of trash that I trampled under my feet back then actually managed to come to the divine offering land. How surprising. So what if you're here? Do you think you're a match for me? Do you think you're a match for the Yun family?" Yun Qingyan insulted Duan Ling Tian as soon as he opened his mouth. Duan Ling Tian's expression gradually turned unsightly. "Duan Ling Tian," Yun Qingyan said. "You're an intermediate divine emperor, so I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor. If I can't kill you, I'll let you leave alive. What do you think?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian began to calm down. He did not want to get angry. There was no point in getting angry. All of this was fake. It wasn't real. It was impossible for him to come to the divine offering land for no reason. He was currently in the ruin of a supreme powerhouse. He was here to look for fortuitous encounters, not to seek revenge. Moreover, even if he killed Yun Qingyan, he would not be able to avenge himself. "I have to think of a way to leave this place. Yun Qingyan must be the death calamity of this stage." With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, he soon discovered that the Great Hall was completely sealed. There was no way out. Apart from that, there was no one else in the Great Hall apart from him and Yun Qingyan. He said he's going to suppress his cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Could it be that the hurdle I'm facing in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic is to defeat him or even kill him? Only then will I be able to leave this place? Could it be that I'll be able to obtain the reward in the ruin of a Supreme Powerhouse and be sent away? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian confirmed that there was no way out of the Great Hall before he gave up on the thought of leaving. At the same time, Yun Qingyan stared at Duan Lingtian and sneered. What? Duan Lingyan, you don't even have the courage to fight me when I suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor? Do you think a piece of trash like you is worthy of being with my cousin? What a joke! The sneer on Yun Qingyan's face grew wider. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about Yun Qingyan's ridicule. He could feel a wave of heat rising to his head. Although it's fake, isn't it my dream to have the chance to defeat and kill Yun Qingyan? Suppressing your cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Yun Qingyan, you're considered one of the top prodigies in all the realms of gods. Why should I, Duan Lingyan, be afraid? Duan Lingdan had won the 7 prefectures banquet with the cultivation base of an intermediate divine emperor. His strength was comparable to the young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces. The young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces who were comparable to him were all high-level divine emperors. If Yun Qingyan was only a high-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian might be afraid of him. However, Yun Qingyan was only a mid-level divine emperor. He was not afraid of Yun Qingyan at all. Yun Qingyan, you'll die today. Duan Lingtian stared at Yun Qingyan coldly as though he was looking at a dead man. I think you'll die as well. Yun Qingyan met Duan Lingtian's gaze fearlessly as a sneer appeared on his face. If you die, my cousin won't have to worry about you anymore. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opens, I'll find a way to imprison your family. At that time, my cousin won't be unwilling to marry me. Yun Qingyan's words were like a fuse that ignited the bomb that was Duan Lingtian. Boom! The divine energy that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating exploded from his body. The killing intent in his eyes had reached its peak. Spatial windstorms swept out in all directions. At the same time, a divine sword with 7-colored light flowing around it appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. As soon as the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared, the entrance to Duan Lingtian's little world opened. A beautiful figure clad in rainbow clothes appeared in a flash. The person who had appeared in Duan Lingtian's little world was none other than the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, Huang. Chapter 41:10. Duan Lingtian had nothing to worry about since this was a ruin left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Even if the 5 divine elements could still be used, he would still use it. What was a ruin? It was a place left behind by a supreme powerhouse after his death. It was also a place where he left his inheritance. However, there were many kinds of places where supreme powerhouses left their inheritance. One of them was also the best. It was a place where a supreme expert left behind a complete inheritance. It was prepared in advance before the expert died. The person who obtained this inheritance would at least be able to become an ultimate god, even if his innate talent was poor. Those with good innate talent had a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, there were very few places like this because there were very few supreme powerhouses who could predict death. Many supreme powerhouses did not think they would die. Under such circumstances, would they not be cursing themselves? This was a taboo topic for many utmost powerful beings. The other kind of place was like the place where Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was left behind in a hurry before the supreme powerhouse died. Therefore, there were not many benefits. Although Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance, the benefits were limited. However, with Feng Qingyang's innate talent and comprehension, It would not be difficult for him to become an ultimate god in the future even if he only obtained this kind of inheritance. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not die halfway. If he died halfway, it would be useless no matter how much he talked about it. In addition to these two kinds of places where supreme powerhouses left behind their inheritance, the ruin left behind by a supreme powerhouse that Duan Lingtian was currently in was also a kind of supreme powerhouse's inheritance. However, this kind of place was special. The supreme powerhouse's body had transformed into a Tao and merged into an independent little world. At the same time, it required a large amount of spiritual energy to support it. Usually, it would consume more of the accumulated spirit qi. The consumption of the Tao of legacies left behind by the utmost powerful beings was relatively small. The disadvantage of this kind of place was that after entering it once, one would have to wait for a long time to recover. Moreover, the inheritance left behind by the supreme powerhouse was constantly being consumed. No matter how small the consumption was, there would be a day when it would be exhausted. At that time, the so-called supreme powerhouse's ruin would disappear. Of course, it was only after Duan Lingtian had entered that he realized what sort of a place the ruins of an utmost powerful being was. This kind of place was actually prepared by the utmost powerful beings before they fell. It was for the sake of leaving behind a fortune that could be of help to many people. Other than those who knew the method to open the ruins, no one else would be able to enter it, even if it was a supreme expert. Of course, if a supreme expert was unable to enter the ruins, they would still have the ability to destroy it forcefully. I don't have to worry about anyone spying on me in this land of inheritance. If I reveal anything here, it won't leave any hidden dangers for me. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian activated all of his divine power and took out his soul-type divine sword, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. He even summoned the sword Soul, Huang, from the small world in his body. With my current strength, even if it's a heavyweight ultimate god-level force or a giant ultimate god-level force in the Shengang land, I'm afraid that not many young prodigies under 10,000 years old who have yet to enter the God-Emperor realm can be my opponent. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's display of strength, he was stunned by Yun Qingyan's reaction. He saw that Yun Qingyan was also surrounded by spatial storms. A divine sword appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. It was glowing with 7 colors. It was identical to the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword in his hand. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the figure who appeared behind Huang. She was shrouded in 7 colored rays of light. She looked exactly like Huang. What's going on? What's going on? Although I'm not too sure about Yun Qingyan, he has fought before. He doesn't specialize in the law of space. Duan Lingtian remembered this clearly. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he seemed to have caught onto something. He forced himself to calm down before he figured it out. It must be because I'm not sure about Yun Qingyan's strength. Yun Qingyan is my obsession. That's why he has my strength and techniques in the Supreme Expert's relic. Apart from the fact that he looks like Yun Qingyan, he's actually another me in terms of techniques and techniques. Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. At the same time, his hostility toward the fake Yun Qingyang had lessened. After all, not only was the fake Yun Qingyang not the real Yun Qingyang, but the fake Yun Qingyang also possessed his strength and techniques. I wonder if he inherited my combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. Although Duan Lingtian knew his own strength and techniques, he was not sure if Yun Qingyan had inherited his combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. As for Yun Qingyan's combat experience, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible since he did not know much about it. The Supreme Expert's relic must have created an opponent for him based on his strength and memories. I hope he's inherited my combat experience. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If there was anyone who knew him best, it would be him. Even if Yun Qingyan had inherited his strength, techniques, and combat experience and was on par with him, he would still be able to defeat Yun Qingyan quickly. After all, he could be flexible. As an inheritor, even if Yun Qingyan was flexible, he would not be able to keep up with him. If his combat experience is from the Supreme Expert's relic, it's fine if it's from an ordinary person. However, if it's from the Supreme Expert, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about this. Supremely strong. These 3 words were like a huge mountain that pressed down on his heart. If Yun Qingyan had really inherited the Supreme Expert's combat experience, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him. If I'm defeated or even killed by him, I'll die a second time. At that time, I'll only have one chance left. All in all, I've only been in the Supreme Expert's relic for a few days. I don't think I'll be sent out so quickly, right? Even 4th senior sister won't be sent out so quickly, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunyuan, had spent the shortest amount of time in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. She had also spent nearly a month in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. Otherwise, he would definitely be frightened, and the pressure on him would increase greatly. The reason why his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, did not tell him how long they had been in the remains of an ultimate powerhouse was because he had taken this into consideration. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would feel pressured. Duan Lingen, after I kill you today, I'll use your blood to dye the white carpet red for my wedding with junior sister. Yun Qingyan said coldly as he made his move. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become vigilant the moment he made his move. When he regained his senses after hearing his words, his expression was extremely unsightly. Although he knew Yun Qingyan was a fake, he was still furious. Yun Qingyan's words had touched his bottom line. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his wife. You're courting death, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he charged toward Yun Qingyan. It seemed as though he had lost his mind, but in truth, he had calmed down as soon as he made his move. At the same time, he was wary that Yun Qingyan's combat experience had come from the Supreme Expert's relic. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer he wanted in their first clash. Yun Qingyan had indeed obtained combat experience from the Supreme Expert's relic. It was not his own combat experience. Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was much better than Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Sword Tao was stiff. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he had a chance to defeat Yun Qingyan and kill him. Sush. Although Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Law of Space and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that had been fused with the artifact soul, his sword Tao was slightly stiff. Even so, he was still extremely powerful since he had inherited Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Law of Space and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. At the very least, Yun Qingyan's current strength was enough to defeat Wang Xiong, the supreme talent of the Han Mountain Mansion, who ranked second in the 7 Mansions banquet. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword when he defeated Wang Xiong. It was inconvenient for him to use it. If I defeat Yun Qingyan, doesn't that mean the Supreme Expert who left behind the Supreme Expert's relic might not be able to control my body as well as I can control my own body? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. Battle intent surged out of his body as he brandished his sword again and again to meet Yun Qingyan's attacks. Sush, 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 sush. The 7-colored sword ray wreaked havoc as sword chi swept out. Duan Lingtian's sword ray completely suppressed Yun Qingyan's sword. However, Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was perfect. Each time, he blocked the sword ray that attacked him. How amazing! As expected of a supreme expert who specializes in the Tao of Control. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, as time passed, he realized Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control gave him a lot of inspiration. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also realized Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was enough to tie with Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. However, he still did not have the upper hand. It'll be difficult for me to defeat him. unless I can temporarily improve my mastery of the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. While he was fighting Yun Qingyan, he kept an eye on Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of control was on par with Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control. However, Yun Qingyan had inherited the combat experience of the supreme expert who left behind the relic. Therefore, his mastery of the Tao of control was flawless. This was something Duan Lingtian could not compare to. Chapter 41:11. Sush, 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 sush. Sword chi shot out in all directions in the Grand Hall. Sword chi shot out and brushed against the walls of the Grand Hall. However, they did not leave any marks on the walls. Under such circumstances, the two people fighting in the Grand Hall did not seem to be very powerful. Yun Qingyan snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're really amazing. It hasn't even been 1,000 years, but you've already grown to such a level. It's hard to imagine that the ant that I could easily trample under my feet in the mundane realm would have such a day. Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy or sad. He knew Yun Qingyan was trying to provoke him so that he would reveal his weakness and break the stalemate. Naturally, he would not fall for it. The Tao of control. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall for his trick, but he also continued to deduce his opponent's mastery of the Tao of control. He wondered why his opponent was able to execute his mastery of the Tao of control so perfectly. Gradually, he came to a realization. During this process, Yun Qingyan said something that provoked Duan Lingtian even more. Duan Lingtian ignored Yun Qingyan's words. When I achieve a breakthrough in my mastery of the Tao, it will be the time of your death. You're only complaining because you're worried you'll be defeated and killed. The stalemate lasted for a few days. Yun Qingyan had inherited all of Duan Lingtian's techniques, and he had also inherited Duan Lingtian's ability to sustain his divine energy. With 99 heavenly veins operating, not only was the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, but the speed at which the heaven and earth spirit energy was converted to divine energy was also fast. His endurance was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian discovered that Yun Qingyan's strength was not inferior to his, and the speed at which he consumed his divine energy was also slower than his. The Supreme Powerhouse's utilization of divine energy has reached perfection. Amazing! If it wasn't for the fact that I was able to comprehend the Tao of control from him and improve my mastery of the Tao of control, I might have still lost to him in the end. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was constantly improving his strength as he fought. In the past, he had only mastered the basics of the Tao of control. However, with Yun Qingyan's guidance, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of control. As a result, he was able to cast the Tao of control with greater strength. Finally, after 5 days of stalemate, Duan Lingtian began to gain the upper hand. On the 6th day, Duan Lingtian successfully suppressed Yun Qingyan and killed him after 100 moves. Before Yun Qingyan died, there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The relics of a supreme powerhouse made everything seem so real that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Fortunately, he had been convincing himself in his heart and numbing himself. All of this was fake, it was all fake. For this reason, he ignored Yun Qingyan's provocation. It's time for the reward to appear, right? When Duan Lingtian saw Yun Qingyan's body vanish into thin air after he died, he turned to look at the ceiling of the Great Hall. The ceiling was resplendent and dazzling with luxurious lamps that emitted a dazzling light. Everything was so lifelike and lifelike. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as his eyes lit up. It's here. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a gigantic beam of light pierced through the ceiling of the main hall and descended horizontally before landing on his body. In the next instant, he was enveloped by the beam of light. However, unlike the previous time, he did not feel as though he had gained something. Instead, he found himself in a white world surrounded by white mist. This white mist. When the white mist came into contact with Duan Lingtian's body, He discovered that the bottleneck of his Tao of control had loosened. At the same time, he saw a faint white figure performing the Tao of control in front of him. However, his Tao of control did not control the power of space but the power of time. The mist that was sweeping to the right stopped in its tracks as soon as the figure performed the Tao of control. Then, it began to reverse time. The mist that was within the range of the Tao of control began to move backward while the mist outside the range of the Tao of control continued to move forward. This scene also gave people a very strange feeling. Controlling time is different from controlling space. However, during the process of controlling time, the methods used to control it are different in order to achieve the same result. Since Duan Lingtian had fought with Yun Qingyan and learned the Tao of control from the supreme powerhouse who controlled Yun Qingyan's clone, he could tell the white figure's Tao of control was similar to Yun Qingyan's Tao of control. It must be the silhouette of the supreme powerhouse who left behind this relic. It must be performing the Tao of control. Now that I'm absorbing the unknown substance that can improve my Tao of control, I'm observing the silhouette's Tao of control. The reward this time is much better than the previous one. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cherish every second he had. This was undoubtedly the first great fortuitous encounter he had obtained since he entered the relic of a supreme powerhouse. In order to focus on the process, Duan Lingtian's two clones that were in the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm and his clones that were with his family in the mundane realms stopped moving and began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His clones needed to be controlled by his spiritual perception as well. When his main body was focused on something, even his clones would not be able to move on their own. At this moment, his clones were as lifeless as statues. The entrance to the independent realm where the inner court progeny was located was also the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse where Duan Lingtian was. Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the air as he looked at the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse. His eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself, "Little junior brother has been in there for half a month. He'll be able to stay longer than fourth junior sister if he stays in there for a few more days. His journey here is much more difficult than ours. I'm sure he'll be more resilient than us. I hope he'll be able to stay in there longer than me and eldest senior sister." The people from the inner court of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace were all from the lower realms. They were either from the Devata realms or the mundane realms. Yang Yuchen, for example, was from a mundane realm. However, although he was from the mundane realm, he was taken to the Devata realms by the powerhouses from the Devata realms not long after he made a name for himself. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was considered to have taken a shortcut. It was the same for his second senior brother. As for his eldest senior sister, she was a genius from a major force in the Devata realms. She grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Not only was she better than his little junior brother, but she was also better than him and his second senior brother. His fourth junior sister, she was definitely better than him. She was brought back to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace by the Great World not long after she arrived in the Devata realms and became an inner court progeny disciple. Among the few people from the inner court progeny, his eldest senior sister had the best life. His situation was similar to his second senior brother. He was better off than his little junior brother and fourth junior sister. In terms of fate, his fourth junior sister was naturally the most unfortunate. However, his little junior brother was the one who had the most difficult journey. For this reason, he had personally gone to the Chunyang school in the Tonglung province of the Seven Prefectures to recruit his little junior brother into the inner court progeny of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. His little junior brother had the most difficult journey, and yet, he was able to become a medium divine emperor before he was 3,000 years old. Compared to all the people who had appeared in the history of the inner palace, such people were considered very outstanding. I'm sure eldest senior sister and second senior brother will be satisfied with this little junior brother. I have good taste. Yang Yuchen muttered to himself as a bright smile appeared on his face. He began to praise himself. At this moment, an old figure appeared next to Yang Yuchen and said indifferently, "Boy, you're getting more and more shameless." Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this voice. He then looked at the old man in annoyance. Palace Master, you're the Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't you know that it's very impolite to eavesdrop on others? Also, as the leader of the progeny of inheritance, it's not very appropriate for you to always come to our side, right? Those who don't know would think that you have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse. The old man did not care about Yang Yuchen's ridicule. Even if I have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, I still need your cooperation to open it. The method to open the relics of the ultimate powerhouse is only known by the leaders of the progeny of the inner court. It's not passed on to outsiders. I'm aware of that. The old man smiled faintly. Good. Yang Yuchen stood up and straightened his snow-white robe. He then asked bluntly, Palace Master, don't tell me you came here just to eavesdrop on me. The old man shook his head. I like that about you, you're smart. I just came out of seclusion today. Then, I heard that your newly accepted little junior brother of the inner palace was being targeted. He even posted a mission on the dark web. This matter is mainly targeted at you. How is it? Do you feel pressured? If you do, I can order them not to attack your little junior brother. The old man said. Yang Yuchen sneered when he heard this. Palace Master, there's no point in saying this. If you order them not to attack my little junior brother, will they really not attack? As long as they don't attack in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, will you know? The old man was not angry at Yang Yuchen's disdain. He still had a faint smile on his face. At least, he won't be in danger in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. You can't always watch him and protect him, right? Chapter 41:12. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent for a moment before he said, Palace Master, just tell me. What do you need me to do? Let me say this first. I won't do anything that's too difficult. It's fine even if I have to keep an eye on my junior brother in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't forget that I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Even if my true body can't stay by his side to protect him, my law clone can. Yang Yuchen asked the old man what he needed him to do. In his opinion, the Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace would not do this for free. Boy, is this how you look at me? The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. What if I say I don't need you to do anything, and I only want to take care of your junior brother because of his talent? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen looked at the old man meaningfully. If you don't need me to do anything, it seems like you've set your sights on my junior brother, Palace Master. What do you want him to do, Palace Master? Yang Yuchen asked. What can I ask him to do? The old man shook his head and smiled. Boy, you're smart, but sometimes, you're too smart for your own good. Don't worry, I have no intention of asking him to do anything. If you really want to tell me my purpose, you can think of it as, I intend to form a good relationship with him. I'm sure he'll appreciate my protection, right? If I need his help in the future, I don't think he'll refuse, right? The old man's smile widened as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. However, he appeared nonchalant on the surface. Palace Master, do you think so highly of my junior brother? Do you think he's worth your investment? In Yang Yuchen's opinion, the old man intended to use this method to invest in his junior brother, hoping that his junior brother would have a bright future. At that time, he would repay the old man's favor. After all, this kind of thing was very risky. In the end, it might all be for naught. After all, a person's future, even a genius's future, was uncontrollable. No one could be certain that a person would not die prematurely unless he was protected by a powerhouse. Moreover, it could not be an ordinary powerhouse. Perhaps, only a supreme powerhouse would be able to grow without any risk. But is that possible? Not to mention a genius without any background, even if it was a direct descendant of a supreme expert, unless the descendant was by his side, the supreme expert would not be able to protect him when he went out. What's the harm in taking a gamble? The old man smiled faintly. Of course, the most important thing is, I believe in your judgment. Heh. Yang Yuchen didn't seem to comment on the old man's words. Palace Master, I'm afraid you don't just trust my judgment, right? I'm sure Palace Master already knows the ins and outs of my junior brother, right? Hearing this, the old man said calmly, "Is that important? No matter how talented you are, no matter how many miracles you can create, can you guarantee that you will continue to create miracles? At most, I can only guarantee that the possibility of me losing money on this investment is small." Hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Seeing that Yang Yuchen was silent, the old man didn't say anything either. He quietly waited for his response. About 15 minutes later, Yang Yuchen finally opened his mouth. "Palace Master, why don't you make a request of me to repay you for helping my little junior brother?" "Sure." When the old man heard this, his smile became even brighter. "How about you leave the inner palace and come to the legacy progeny?" Yang Yuchen was stunned. Then he smiled wryly. "Palace Master, you know that's impossible. If I really do that, my eldest senior sister won't let me off. At that time, not only will I be in trouble, but you'll be in trouble as well." This time, the old man smiled awkwardly. "I'm just joking, just joking. Even if I ask you to come to the legacy progeny, I won't let you leave the inner palace." At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the old man's eyes. It was as though he was afraid of the eldest senior sister that Yang Yuchen mentioned. "Palace Master, I can't make this decision." Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn as he said, "I'd rather have my clones by his side than take the initiative to agree to this favor on his behalf. I guess this would be the outcome." The old man sighed. Then, his body began to fade away. "Forget it. I'll wait for him to come out and ask him if he wants this favor." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he had already disappeared without a trace. A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Yuchen's face. That old man is the kind of person who won't act until he sees a rabbit. He actually thinks so highly of junior brother? How strange. Could it be that he saw something? Suddenly, Yang Yuchen recalled a rumor. It was said that since ancient times, the Myriad Arts Academy had inherited a divine artifact called the Divine Spying Mirror. It could peer into the past and the future, from the mundane realms down to the realms of gods up to the realms of gods. He could not help but wonder if the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had seen something through the Divine Skypider Mirror. Also, he insisted on making me the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Did he see something? If I become the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, would it be better than any of the legacy progeny? Yang Yuchen's thoughts drifted away. Although many things did not become clear at this moment, they were not completely clueless. Although it was not explicitly stated that those from the inner palace were not the Palace Masters, it had always been this way in the long history of the Myriad Law Academy. The Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had always been from the legacy progeny. Even the current sect master was the most outstanding person in the legacy progeny of the Myriad Law Academy. There had always been 18 realms of gods in heaven and earth. Apart from the divine offering land, the sanctioned land, and the Shengang land, there were 15 other realms of gods. At this moment, in one of the realms of gods, a figure could be seen flitting through the void and hiding in a canyon. It was obvious he was in a sorry state. Figures whistled through the air above the canyon, and one of them came to a halt. "Luha, stay behind and investigate this canyon. Feng Qingyang might be here." The voice in the void was getting farther and farther away. The person who stayed behind replied with a "this" before he entered the canyon. He has mastered the Heaven Shocking Sword principle, and he's also from a lower secondary realm. Rumor has it that Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Moreover, it's the kind of place where anyone can enter. As long as we can find Feng Qingyang and threaten him, we'll be able to enter the place of inheritance and obtain a great fortune. The middle-aged man, Lu He, who stayed behind, breathed heavily as his eyes lit up. Will Feng Qingyang be hiding here? If we can find him and capture him, we'll be rich. Lu He was a higher divine emperor itinerant cultivator. This time, he had come with a group of people to search for Feng Qingyang because he had been summoned by a friend. A higher divine emperor? In the canyon, Feng Qingyang stood behind a protruding mountain wall, his eyes gleaming coldly. My law clone was crushed by a higher divine emperor. That's one thing. Today, a group of divine emperors dares to bully me? If it weren't for the two lower divine emperors among them, why would I need to escape? A higher divine emperor, don't they know that I, Feng Qingyang, am not afraid of these ordinary higher divine emperors? With this thought, Feng Qingyang's figure flashed and he appeared near the middle-aged man, Lu He. He stared coldly at Lu He as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, Lu He reacted. When he saw Feng Qingyang, his eyes lit up. He's really here. I've struck gold. In the next instant, Lu He, who was afraid that the person in front of him would escape, gathered his divine power and raged. Even if the person in front of him was only a lower divine emperor, he did not dare to underestimate him. It was said that this lower divine emperor had killed several middle divine emperors. Of course, they were just a few medium-level divine emperors. As a high-level divine emperor, he didn't care about them. I, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor, will kill a higher divine emperor. Up until this moment, Feng Qingyang had not killed a higher divine emperor. However, among the middle divine emperors that he had killed earlier, 2 of them were outstanding middle divine emperors. They were comparable to ordinary higher divine emperors. He still had the strength to kill the 2 of them. Swoosh. The moment Lu He attacked, Feng Qingyang attacked as well. Sword radiance flashed and sword chi swept out. Even the surrounding air seemed to be stirred at this moment. A terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the canyon. Countless sword marks appeared on the walls of the canyon. These sword marks were not left behind by Feng Qingyang. Instead, they were left behind by the sword essence that he had triggered when he attacked. After coming to the realm of gods, Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had improved significantly. It was precisely because of this heaven-defying sword Dao that he had planted the root of the problem, causing him to be framed and forced to flee under the pursuit of a group of unaware rogue cultivators. There is no enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. At the same time, Feng Qingyang's indifferent voice reverberated in the canyon. The middle-aged man with the cultivation of a higher divine emperor, Lu He, was disdainful when he heard this. How dare a lower divine emperor speak so arrogantly in front of a higher divine emperor? However, in the next moment, his disdainful expression changed completely. Swoosh. This was because he discovered that his opponent's sword had suppressed his attack. Even though he had used all his strength to launch his strongest attack, he was still suppressed. How is this possible? Is he really just a lower divine emperor? This terrifying sword essence. This sword principle is completely different from the rumors. What kind of sword principle is this? How can it be so terrifying? With all sorts of shocked and incredulous thoughts, Lu He's attack was completely crushed after a few breaths. The sword gleam instantly pierced through his head and chest and entered his body. Chapter 41:13. A higher divine emperor? Feng Qingyang glanced at Lu He's corpse indifferently. There was no pity in his eyes at all. In the next instant he took Lu He's god artifact and left. As for Lu He's spatial ring, it was the kind of spatial ring that would self-destruct after the death of its owner. About 10 breaths after Feng Qingyang left, a ghostly figure appeared in the canyon. His expression changed slightly when he saw Lu He's corpse. Lu He was a higher divine emperor. How did he manage to kill him? A lower divine emperor killed a higher divine emperor? Although he was a lower god emperor at this moment, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew Lu He's strength. Before he had broken through, he was not much stronger than Lu He. However, such a person was killed by a lower divine emperor? In all the realms of gods, only the prodigies from the top forces can possess such combat prowess at the lower divine emperor realm. Should I continue to track him down? He might not be able to see my face clearly, and he might not be familiar with my aura. If I continue to track him down, it'll be fine if I can capture him and seize his fortuitous encounter. If I can't, I'll definitely become his sworn enemy. Forget it, I'll give up. It's too risky. What Feng Qingyang didn't know was that by killing Lu He, he had inadvertently intimidated a lesser god emperor who was chasing after him, causing the lesser god emperor to give up on him. In the profound Handle Land, in the myriad art academy, in the ruins of a supreme expert, after Duan Lingtian killed Yun Qingyan, he entered the place where the supreme expert's silhouette had evolved the Tao of control. There was an unknown substance left behind by the supreme expert that entered his body and aided his comprehension of the Tao of control. In this environment, he immersed himself in familiarizing himself with the Tao of control and comprehending it. His attainment in the Tao of control continued to improve. During this process, he was so focused that he lost track of time. He immersed himself in his comprehension. I've broken through. When he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Tao of control and entered the next level, he finally regained his senses. At the same time, he discovered that he had left his original place. There was no longer the silhouette in front of him. How long was I in there? Even Duan Lingtian couldn't remember it clearly because he didn't pay attention to it at all. The one in front should be the third checkpoint, right? Returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's windy town was the first hurdle. I died at that hurdle. After that, the scene in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can be considered the second stage. I successfully passed through that hurdle and obtained the unknown substance related to the Tao of control left behind by the ultimate powerhouse. My Tao of control has clearly improved. After that, I'll have to face Yun Qingyan in the third trial. Killing Yun Qingyan and passing this trial will bring me the greatest improvement. Furthermore, I seem to have stayed in that comprehension space for quite some time. Duan Lingtian did not know how to describe the space he had been sent to, so he casually called it the comprehension space. After all, in that space, his comprehension of the Tao of control had improved, and he had completely broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. After all, ever since he had started comprehending the Tao of control, he had never had a breakthrough, not even once. This was his first time breaking through. Although his attainments in the Sword Tao were not as high as his attainments in the Sword Tao, he was getting closer and closer. My strength has improved again. I wonder what kind of trial I'll face in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at his unfamiliar surroundings and thought to himself, perhaps, this place is the scene of the fourth trial? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in the ruins of a city. It was called the ruins of a city because there were many broken buildings in the ruins. They were easily recognizable, and one could see the traces of a civilization. What will I face in this place? I'm sure I've never been to this place before. While Duan Lingtian was racking his brains, he could not recall coming to this place. At this moment, illusory figures began to appear in the ruins around him. There were men and women, old and young among these illusory figures. At this moment, they stood in the surroundings. Their figures seemed to be drifting as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, their lifeless eyes flashed as they stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They even let out a low growl from the depths of their throats. Duan Lingtian, you're the one who destroyed us and the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian, why do you want to harm us? Duan Lingtian, we don't know you. Why do you want to harm us? Duan Lingtian, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why he had suddenly appeared in a place that he had never seen before. However, when the illusory figures around him spoke, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, this was a place in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still a little numb because he knew all of this was fake. However, when he heard more and more about the Saint Province realm being destroyed because of him, he could not help but feel guilty. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Then, he saw the ruins of the city around him turning into fine powder and disappearing without a trace. Soon after, he appeared in another place. He was familiar with this place. It was the first city he had come to after leaving his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. It was Aurora City. There were families he was familiar with in this city, as well as some of their descendants. In the beginning, everything seemed peaceful. However, after a while, everything in front of him, whether it was the people walking around in Aurora City or the buildings, were turned into fine powder in an instant. Then, the scenery around him kept changing. Every time it changed, it was a scene he was familiar with. The scenes he had seen in his hometown, the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, appeared before him one by one. Then, he watched these scenes and the people in these scenes perish, turn into fine powder, and disappear without a trace. During this process, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Although he kept reminding himself that all of this was fake, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Perhaps, when the Saint Province realm was destroyed by the people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect, this was the scene inside. Perhaps, they didn't even have time to react before they were all gone. Everything is gone now. Duan Lingtian's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Master, be careful. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling melancholy, Huang Er's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Her tone was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian regained his senses in an instant. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time whizzed out. Although he was distracted earlier, he did not dare to be careless in the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse. The divine energy in his body was always in a state of readiness to deal with emergencies. Now, with Huang Er's reminder, the divine energy in his body erupted and merged with the law of space profundity. The space storm raged and blocked the attack behind him. However, even though he had mobilized his strength in time, the power of this attack still continued to fall on his body after destroying his strength. With a bang, he was sent flying. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly teleported a second time. At the same time, the moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally at was swept by a gust of energy. The air in the void seemed to have stagnated. When Duan Lingtian landed in the distance and looked around vigilantly, he discovered that the energy that had attacked him had disappeared. At the same time, he did not see anyone around him. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly discovered a familiar beam of light falling from the sky and enveloping him in an instant. Benefits? He did not have time to figure out what was going on. After the beam of light enveloped him, he was enlightened. This understanding fused into his body and soul, as if it was something he was born with. It's not the Tao of control. At the same time, he also discovered that the benefits he was receiving were not the Tao of control but the law of space profundity. To be precise, it was the law of time. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, before entering, he had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the ultimate powerhouse who had left behind the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse was skilled in the Tao of control and the law of time. The law of time has also improved. This ruins of an ultimate powerhouse is really a good place. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Originally, he was most skilled in the law of space and the law of life. The law of life was because of the existence of the law of life and the fact that he needed to sense and extract the power of life from the heaven and earth spirit chi to refine the divine pill. After these two laws, he was most skilled in the law of time. This was because the inheritance of the ultimate powerhouse that his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained was left behind by an ultimate powerhouse who was skilled in the law of time. Now, the law of time had improved further and was about to catch up with the law of life. Let's continue. Before we leave, I'll try my best to get as much out of this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he became more vigilant in his heart. Up until now, this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse had set up a different challenge for him every time, and it was always unexpected. Just now, if Sword Spirit Huang Er had not warned him, he would have been killed. I'll have to be more careful from now on. Outside the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse, Yang Yuchen was still waiting. In the blink of an eye, he had already waited for 2 months. It's been 2 months, but little junior brother still hasn't come out. He's already surpassed second senior brother. Yang Yuchen revealed a smile on his face. I just don't know if he can stay for 3 months. If he can, he'll be able to surpass me after 3 months. If he can still persevere by then, it's just a matter of time before he surpasses third senior sister. This time, I and the Inner Palace bloodline have picked up a treasure. Chapter 41:14. He still hasn't come out after 2 months? Yang Yuchen was not the only one who was surprised and expectant. At this moment, even the Myriad Law Institute master, the old man who had appeared beside Yang Yuchen, was deeply moved. However, he was no longer near Yang Yuchen. He was in a quiet courtyard, lying on a recliner with his legs crossed. He looked like an old man basking in the sun. His aged face revealed a hint of surprise. He's surpassed the inner palace's second disciple. Looks like there's hope for him to catch up to that brat Yang Yuchen and that disrespectful girl. He's a good seedling. What a pity. That brat Yang Yuchen beat him to it. That group of brats usually only care about fighting for power. They can't put down their heirs at critical moments. I don't believe they don't know about Duan Lingtian's existence. The old man's expression was still calm at first, but as he spoke, he seemed to be exasperated. The group of brats he was talking about was none other than the current Myriad Law Institute's upper echelons in the branch of legacy, including the 2 Myriad Law Institute Vice Palace Masters. Within Myriad Law Institute, more and more people had forgotten about Duan Lingtian as he remained in seclusion. Especially after the Dark Net mission against him was cancelled, his presence became weaker and weaker. Even the top geniuses in the 7 prefectures could not continue to receive attention. In the eyes of the Myriad Law Institute students and teachers, the 7 prefectures were just relatively remote places in the Xinjiang land. The strongest forces there were only God Emperor level forces. Places that did not even have God Venerable level forces could only be considered small and remote places in the mountains. Duan Lingtian. However, there was one person who could never forget Duan Lingtian. It was the Mon origin sect's holy son, Wang Yunxing. After accepting the mission against Duan Lingtian on the Dark Net, Wang Yunxing went to challenge Duan Lingtian but was rejected. Even if most people thought that Duan Lingtian rejected Wang Yunxing because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunxing, they still couldn't take it to heart. This was because when Duan Lingtian rejected him, he did not see any fear or concern in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as if he really disdained to fight with him. One day, I will trample you under my feet and let you know that a genius from a small place is nothing but mediocrity in the outside world. Wang Yunxing's biggest wish right now was to fight with the Duan Lingtian. If he could fight with the Duan Lingtian, he would be willing to pay a certain price. He still couldn't swallow the anger from back then. Of course, there was also a group of people who were destined to never forget Duan Lingtian. They were the people of Myriad Arts Academy's legacy branch who were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian's appearance would give Yang Yuchen an advantage in the matter of becoming the next sect master. If Duan Lingtian did not appear, even if the current palace master of Myriad Arts Academy supported Yang Yuchen, they could still use the excuse that Yang Yuchen had not nurtured or recruited any outstanding disciples for the academy. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance now made up for Yang Yuchen's lack in this aspect. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian was, the more Yang Yuchen would no longer be lacking in this aspect and would even have an advantage. This was also something they did not want to see. Perhaps Yang Yuchen personally left the academy and went to the Chunyang school in Tongleng province to invite Duan Lingtian to make up for his disadvantage. He really does want to compete for the position of the next palace master. Many people in the legacy branch thought this way. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was viewed as a thorn in their flesh by these people despite not knowing or even meeting them. Duan Lingtian has returned to the internal branch. We'll think of a way to test him when he comes out. I think we should just find a chance to get rid of him. If this person doesn't die, sooner or later he'll become Yang Yuchen's helper. Where there were people, there was the underworld. Some people whom Duan Lingtian had not even met before already had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was busy waiting in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse, harvesting the wool of the ultimate powerhouse's remains. It's been 2.5 months. After waiting for 2.5 months and not seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Yang Yuchen's face was full of emotion and his eyes flickered with a strange light. My judgment is good. I just casually went out and picked up such a genius junior brother. That's amazing. I'm impressed by myself. Now, he should be coming out soon, right? Yang Yuchen thought to himself. In fact, deep in his heart, Yang Yuchen hoped that this junior brother of his could break his record. Therefore, deep in his heart, he was still looking forward to it. 3 months later, Yang Yuchen's eyes glittered when he saw that his junior brother was still nowhere to be seen. This junior brother has a bright future ahead of him. He's almost catching up to me. Soon many days passed. The time Duan Lingtian stayed in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse had officially surpassed Yang Yuchen's. Crazy. At this moment, Yang Yuchen could not help but smile bitterly. I've been surpassed. Is eldest senior sister still far away? After 4 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. The record set by eldest senior sister had been surpassed in the end. The highest record for the inner palace is 5 months and 5 days. It said that that person had the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he died halfway. When he was a lower ultimate god, he was killed after a fierce battle with a higher ultimate god. Before this, the highest record of the inner palace in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle had been set in Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen's macro world. However, now that Duan Lingtian had stayed in there for 4 months, the record set by his eldest senior sister whom he had never met had been broken by him. However, this record was only a contemporary record. In the history of the inner palace, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. That record was set by a genius disciple of the inner palace 200,000 years ago. It's been 4.5 months. After waiting for 4.5 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. 5 months, is it still far away? Soon 5 months had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. Little junior brother. Don't tell me he broke the best record set by the ancestor of 5 days and 5 days? He was only a few days away from breaking the record. Yang Yuchen, who was originally a little numb, was looking forward to it at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. He broke the best record. What kind of monster did I find? Outside, Yang Yuchen was lamenting. In the ultimate powerhouse's miracle, Duan Lingtian was being chased by a group of people. Without exception, these people were all upper divine emperors. I've already died twice. If I die again, I'll be sent out. Now, I haven't spent more time in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle than third senior brother, right? After all, third senior brother started from nothing in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle and mastered the way of control. It's the same for eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian was being chased by a group of upper divine emperors. He wanted to escape, but he was quickly surrounded. For a time, he could only catch a few upper divine emperors and kill his way out. However, although he had killed his way out, he had also been injured further. I can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in a few days at most. Duan Lingtian felt bitter in his heart. Duan Lingtian was very clear about his own situation. After 3 days, Duan Lingtian could not hold on and was killed again. Then, in the blink of an eye, he found that he had left the ultimate powerhouse's miracle. This meant that he would not be able to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle again in the future. A person could only enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle once in their lifetime. If they wanted to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle a second time, they would be rejected and could not enter at all. 5 months and 9 days. When he saw the purple figure appear in front of him, the corner of Yang Yuchen's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Duan Lingtian, who was looking around in a daze, did not notice it. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses after a while. You're out? Third senior brother, how long have I been in there? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. When he asked, he was a little nervous in the depths of his heart. 5 months and 9 days, Yang Yuchen said. At the same time, he tried to keep his face calm. He could not lose his composure. He definitely could not lose his composure. Otherwise, this little junior brother might think that he had not seen the world. 5 months and 9 days? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Not even a year? A year? Duan Lingtian's words made Yang Yuchen's heart twitch. This kid wanted to stay in there for a year? Third senior brother, how long have you, eldest senior sister, and second senior brother been in there? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. When Yang Yuchen heard Yang Yuchen's question, he sighed in his heart. Here it comes. In the end, this question still came. After taking a deep breath, Yang Yuchen looked calm and said casually, "Don't be discouraged. Although you've only been in there for 5 months and 9 days, it's not bad. After all, I've only been in there for slightly more than 6 months. As for your eldest senior sister, she almost stayed in there for 7 months." When Yang Yuchen said this, Duan Lingtian's face fell. Is the difference that big? Third senior brother, I'm actually 1 month behind you? And I'm almost 2 months behind eldest senior sister? Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian still felt a little disappointed when it really came to this. It seemed that his performance was not very good. He had already worked very hard. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed his disappointment and asked Yang Yuchen, "Third senior brother, how long have second senior brother and fourth senior sister been in there?" When Yang Yuchen heard this, he grinned. "They didn't stay in there as long as you did. Your second senior brother only stayed in there for about 5 months. As for your fourth senior sister, she stayed in there for 4 months." At this point, Yang Yuchen was already thinking to himself that he had to talk to his fourth junior sister later, lest she sold him out in front of his little junior brother. What he said were all white lies. He did not want his little junior brother to be proud. Everything he did was for his little junior brother's good. He definitely did not have any selfish motives. Chapter 41:15. Although I stayed in there longer than fourth senior sister and second senior brother, I'm still far behind third senior brother and eldest senior sister. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he had gained a lot from entering the Supreme Powerhouse's relic, he could not help but feel disappointed when he thought about how his third senior brother Yang Yuchen and eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, had stayed longer than him in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. 5 months and 9 days. That's not too bad. Yang Yuchen pretended to be calm as he comforted Duan Lingtian with a smile. At the same time, in a courtyard far away, an old man who was lying on a recliner and sunbathing could not help but twitch his mouth. Yang Yuchen is too shameless, isn't he? He stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic for 5 months and 9 days, and he's still not as good as him? I remember. In the history of the Inner Palace, the longest senior who stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic before this little fellow only stayed for 5 months and 5 days, right? Duan Lingtian not only broke the previous record, but he also set a new one. How could I not tell? Yang Yuchen has such a shameless side to him. As the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the old man was well aware of the Inner Palace's affairs. Because of this, when he heard what Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, he could not help but grumble inwardly. However, the old man's expression darkened very quickly. Who are you calling an old fart? At this moment, Yang Yuchen was telling Duan Lingtian that he was bringing him to meet someone. Duan Lingtian was asking who he was going to meet? Yang Yuchen said, "An old fart." An old fart? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Third senior brother, is he a senior in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. To be precise, he's the current palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yes, he's an extremely shameless old fart who often eavesdrops on other people's conversations. In the future, as long as you're in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, you have to be careful. If you don't set up a soundproof formation, it's best not to talk about confidential matters, lest he hears it. Almost as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly sounded from the sky. Then, an enormous bolt of lightning, like the heavenly tribulation lightning, came crashing down with a loud rumble. In the next moment, it instantly contracted and condensed, striking Yang Yuchen's body. Before this happened, Yang Yuchen reacted in time. He raised his hand and a spear appeared in his hand. He held it vertically, causing the ferocious concentrated lightning to surge into it. Then, lightning surged on the 7-foot-long spear. Yang Yuchen shook his hand and the lightning within the spear disappeared. In the next instant, a giant mountain peak outside the Myriad Arts Academy shattered with a loud bang, shaking the surroundings. Some of the higher-ups and students of the Myriad Arts Academy who were closer to the scene were also alarmed. However, it was a commotion that happened outside the Wanda Law Palace after all. No matter how big it was, not many people really cared about it. Most of them were just curious. Were there any experts fighting outside? To think that a mountain had been destroyed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was next to Yang Yuchen, had a strange glint in his eyes. Third senior brother. That didn't seem to be the law of space just now. It seems to be the law of time. Duan Lingtian also noticed the commotion outside. He was very far away, but he could see that Yang Yuchen had sent out the energy that had surged into his spear. As for the lightning attack that had fallen from the sky just now, he had already guessed where it had come from. It was obviously the doing of the old fart that third senior brother had mentioned. The other party had been listening to their conversation, including what third senior brother had said about the other party. He really was eavesdropping. Is this the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? So immoral. Someone like him? I'm afraid no one would suspect anything if he said that the Darknet divine weapon is in his hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but become vigilant. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy did not seem to be a good person. Not only did he like to eavesdrop, he also liked to use underhanded means. Wretched. Petty. This was the label he had placed on the other party before meeting the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was one thing for him to eavesdrop, but he actually attacked the person who had spoken ill of him while eavesdropping. If this was not petty, then what was? After all, the two of them were not great beauties. Wasn't it boring for an old man like him to eavesdrop on two grown men? Good lad. At the same time, the old man stood up from his recliner with a shocked expression. His mastery of the law of time has actually reached such a level? He wrapped my attack with the law of time and sent it out of the academy in an instant. It seems that his strength is no weaker than theirs. In fact, he might even be stronger. The old man's eyes flickered. As expected of the person I took a fancy to. Very good, very good. Little junior brother, let's go. After casually sending out the lightning, Yang Yuchen acted as if nothing had happened and greeted Duan Lingtian. Then he brought Duan Lingtian to see the old man. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey. Duan Lingtian greets the palace master. On the way here, Duan Lingtian could not help but imagine the appearance of the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. He should be an old man with a wretched appearance. However, when he really met the other party, it gave him a visual impact. This amiable old man was really the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy who liked to eavesdrop and use underhanded methods? As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. The old man in front of him had a square face, but he did not appear dignified. Instead, he exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness, giving off a very amiable feeling. This lad Yang Yuchen has good eyesight. The old man, who was the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey, smiled and nodded. I don't like to beat around the bush. Since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. The person who issued the mission on the dark web, I roughly know who it is. Just as Su Bailey said that, Duan Lingtian could not help but interrupt. Palace master, don't you know who issued the mission? Rumor has it that the dark web artifact is in your hands, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the reason why he dared to interrupt Su Bailey was because he could see that Su Bailey was not a serious person. In addition, from the previous confrontation between Su Bailey and Yang Yuchen, he could see that in front of Su Bailey, such a joke was still acceptable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to interrupt a superior ultimate god. For such an existence, not to mention killing him with a slap, even a finger was enough to crush him to death. Did he tell you that? Su Bailey heard that and subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen. Before Yang Yuchen could speak, Duan Lingtian had already shook his head. Third senior brother didn't say it. I heard it from others. Su Bailey heard that and did not ask further. He nodded and said, rumors can't be trusted, especially such rumors. There's no need to believe them. When I said that I roughly knew who issued the mission, it was purely my personal guess. As for their goal, I can roughly guess. If you were just a mediocre person, it would be fine, but the problem is, you're not. Now, I'm just worried that they'll risk their lives to take your life in the academy. When you prove your worth, perhaps an emperor god will make a move and exchange his life for yours. He'll kill you, and he'll be executed by the academy. Su Bailey said it calmly, but Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard that. In fact, he had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Because of this, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had even asked him to take refuge in the independent realm where the internal palace was and only come out after entering the ultimate expert's relic. He understood what his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, meant. He wanted him to enter the ultimate expert's relic to improve his strength so that he could deal with those who might attack him. However, just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Su Bailey said, "I can help you solve this problem." When Duan Lingtian stared at him, Su Bailey said unhurriedly, "I can warn them. Not only will they not harm you in the academy, but they might even protect you and prevent other people from killing you in the academy." Help me solve this problem? Duan Lingtian was not happy when he heard Su Bailey's words. Instead, he frowned slightly. Could it be that Su Bailey had some conditions? At the same time, as if he could read Duan Lingtian's mind, Su Bailey continued, "I've told your third senior brother about this. At first, he thought that I wanted him to do something. However, I told him that I don't need him to do anything, and I don't even need you to do anything. At most, you'll owe me a favor. It doesn't matter if you're willing to return this favor in the future." Su Bailey said frankly and directly, "According to your third senior brother, he can't decide for you on this matter." When Duan Lingtian heard this, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the palace master of Everlasting Studies Palace did not intend to make any requests from him, his third senior brother, or even the internal palace. He just wanted to do him a favor. Of course, he knew that if he accepted the favor, he would have to return it in the future. The palace master was willing to do him a favor because he knew that. Little junior brother. At that moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Do as you wish. Even if you don't want the palace master's favor, I can also create a law clone to protect you. Even if the lineage of inheritance really arranged for someone to kill you, it's unlikely that they would send an ultimate god to exchange their life for yours. Even if it's an ordinary lower ultimate god, my law clone can stop him for a moment. That moment is enough for my original body to arrive at the scene in time." Yang Yuchen said telepathically. Yang Yuchen's words were very simple. He did not want Duan Lingtian to deliberately accept Su Bailey's favor. Even without Su Bailey's favor, he could protect Duan Lingtian himself. Chapter 41:16. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched by Yang Yuchen's words. Naturally, he knew he could not allow his third senior brother to do this. If a law clone wanted to pay attention to something, it would affect the main body. Since Duan Lingtian had his own law clone, he was well aware of this. When the nomological avatar was doing something else, the main body could cultivate, but it couldn't fully focus on cultivation. There would always be some distractions. Only when the law clone entered a meditative state would the main body be able to focus on cultivating, comprehending the laws, and comprehending the four daos of heaven and earth. Even his law clone would not do anything when his main body was cultivating. Most of the time, his law clone would be in seclusion. Even if his third senior brother's law clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had no intention of letting his law clone stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since the Mon-Origin divine sect did not send anyone, it meant they had guessed something was up. There was no point in continuing this. "Palace Master." Duan Lingtian looked at Su Bailey and said solemnly, "I owe you a favor. I won't disappoint you in the future, Palace Master." Naturally, Duan Lingtian could tell Su Bailey wanted to invest in him. Since Su Bailey was optimistic about his future, Su Bailey was willing to help him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian needed this favor. This matter concerned his life and death. Naturally, he did not dare to be careless. Moreover, he did not want to drag his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, down with him. Alright. When Su Bailai saw that Duan Ling Tian had agreed, he immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was so bright that his eyes narrowed into slits. Duan Ling Tian knew he was safe in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace from now on. He did not have to worry about being attacked by God Emperors. Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not say anything. Everyone had their own choices. Duan Lingan, how long did you stay in the Supreme Expert's relic? Suddenly, Su Bailai smiled and asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed as well. He looked at Su Bailai with a warning gaze. He was certain this old man must have eavesdropped on their conversation after his junior brother came out. 5 months and 9 days. Duan Lingtian sighed dispiritedly. Why are you sighing? Su Bailai shook his head. Your result has broken the highest record in the history of the Inner Palace. Before you, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. You came out 4 days later than him. Su Bailai completely ignored Yang Yuchen's warning gaze. This brat, I wanted him to be the palace lord, but he still refused to listen to me. Now that I have a chance to teach him a lesson, I won't miss it. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Bailai's words, he was stunned. He then asked anxiously, Palace Master, are you mistaken? My third senior brother and eldest senior sister stayed in the relic longer than me. How could I have broken the record of the Inner Palace? Duan Lingtian thought Su Bailai had made a mistake. At the same time, he looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, Third senior brother, don't you agree? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yang Yuchen's expression was a little unnatural. He could not help but be stunned. What was going on? His third senior brother had said it himself just now. Could it be that he was lying to him? Was the palace lord telling the truth? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian obtained his answer from Yang Yuchen. Junior brother, I was afraid that you would be too proud, so I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, your result was very impressive. Not only did you surpass me and eldest senior sister, but you also broke the record of the Inner Palace's ancestors. Yang Yuchen said as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His third senior brother had lied to him. He had set a new record of the Inner Palace in the Ultimate Expert's relic. Su Bailai was standing at the side. When he heard Yang Yuchen's words, he said with a look of surprise, You brat, you should have reminded me to cooperate with you. While Yang Yuchen was so angry that the corners of his mouth were twitching, Su Bailai looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, Duan Lingen, you won't be proud of this, right? If I am, then I'll have ruined your third senior brother's good intentions. I was too talkative. Su Bailai looked as if it was all his fault. As for Duan Lingtian, after a short moment of astonishment, he finally understood the situation in front of him. It turned out that the palace lord of the Myriad Arts Academy had deliberately told him this. He must have heard what his third senior brother had said to him. As for why his third senior brother had said that, he did not suspect anything. His third senior brother probably did not want him to be too proud, so he did not tell him the truth. Don't worry, third senior brother. I won't be proud. I came from the mundane realm, and this isn't the first time I've achieved something like this. I'm used to it, Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen nodded with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he felt his liver ache. Was his little junior brother really unable to guess his thoughts, or was he pretending not to know? At this moment, he felt as though he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own feet. Third senior brother. After bidding farewell to Su Bailai, Duan Lingtian made his way back to the independent realm where the Inner Palace was located. He asked Yang Yuchen, what do you think the people who attacked the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and those who are related to me are from the monarch sect? More than 90%. Yang Yuchen asked curiously, little junior brother, aren't you 100% certain they're the culprits? Why are you asking me now? I just want to confirm it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's very likely they're the culprits. Yang Yuchen continued to say, later on, when I made a move against the people from the monarch spirit sect, It was after you rejected the challenge from Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the monarch spirit sect in our Myriad Arts Academy. After the challenge, I heard that some of the disciples of the Mon Origin Divine sect were secretly saying that they wouldn't let you off the hook for humiliating their holy child. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he continued to say, speaking of which, this sounds like something the Monarch Divine sect would do. Back then, I was the one who invited you to join the Myriad Law Academy. If you joined another Ultimate God Force, they would have attacked you as soon as you entered the Myriad Law Academy. If I invite you, they will be more or less afraid of me, because there are many people from the Mon Origin sect in the Myriad Law Palace, including a saint. Under such circumstances, it's only normal for them to hold back temporarily. However, when you refused the challenge from the Mon Origin Divine sect's Holy Son, they saw it as a humiliation to their Holy Son. At that time, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's only natural that they would seek revenge on those around you. After listening to Yang Yuchen's analysis, Duan Lingtian was even more certain the people from the Monarch Divine sect were the culprits. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian said, I'm going to ask Hua Lao and Senior Meng Luo to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the next few days. At that time, you'll be able to retrieve your law of avatars. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled wryly. There's no need to rush. My law of avatars are still there. They won't affect me. Third senior brother, that's not the only reason. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, the people from the Monarch Divine sect haven't made a move yet. They must have guessed that your law of avatars are guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Under such circumstances, it's meaningless to continue waiting for them to show up. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian's law of avatars left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with Hua Lao and Meng Luo. As for the others, they were those who were recruited later on. After receiving some benefits from Duan Lingtian, they happily left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian brought Hua Lao and Meng Luo out of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen's law of avatars personally escorted them out of the solitary destructive heaven. After settling down Hua Lao and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian's true body left the independent realm where the solitary destructive heaven's palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located. The palace master of Myriad Law's Academy, Su Bailey, had asked his third senior brother to tell him that from now on, he would be absolutely safe in Myriad Law's Academy. No one would risk their lives to kill him. When Duan Lingtian's original body left the independent plane of the inner palace and returned to the student dormitory of the Myriad Arts Academy, all existences above the God Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance received a warning from the few existences with the highest status in the lineage of inheritance, excluding the palace master. Everyone from today onwards, no one from the legacy bloodline is to have any thoughts of targeting Duan Lingtian. The headmaster has said that if anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the academy, he will disqualify the legacy bloodline from competing for the position of headmaster. Not only must we not target the Duan Lingtian. If we discover that someone is targeting the Duan Lingtian, we must also pay attention to whether or not the Duan Lingtian's life is in danger. If it is, we must protect the Duan Lingtian. When these words reverberated in the ears of those above the God Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance, everyone fell silent after recovering from their shock. They knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the death-free golden medallion in the academy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation in the lineage of inheritance. Not long after he returned to dorm 603 in the second dormitory building, he walked out again and flew directly to the sky above a dormitory with a courtyard, overlooking the dormitory below him. Wang Yunxing, come out. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, his tone indifferent beyond compare. In the next instant, when he saw that there was no movement in the dormitory, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Don't play dead. At this time, the people who had gathered to watch the commotion were somewhat speechless. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a little too impatient? He had spoken at the beginning and told Wang Yunxing not to play dead at the end. It had all been done in succession, with only a pause of a breath in between. It was impossible for Wang Yunxing to react in such a short time. Chapter 41:17. Just as the group of onlookers was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's words, a cold snort was heard from the dormitory overlooking by Duan Lingtian. Immediately afterward, there was a loud bang as a figure broke through the door and smashed it into pieces. After that, a figure directly soared into the sky and confronted Duan Lingtian. "Duan Ling, are you provoking me?" Wang Yunxing stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. He never expected that before he could provoke Duan Lingtian would come knocking on his door. "Wang Yunxing." Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Wang Yunxing and said in a deep voice, "Last time, I didn't want to hurt you, so I didn't accept your challenge. I didn't expect the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to be so ruthless as to massacre the forces of my friends and family in the lower secondary planes." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Yunxing's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was not impossible for the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to do such a thing. However, who was the one who did this? He did not know. The group of onlookers of the Myriad Art Academy also came to a realization at this time. At the same time, they looked at Wang Yunxing with a hint of fear in their eyes. Of course, there was more disdain in the depths of their eyes. Even if he was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's refusal to accept his challenge in the past, that was between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need to involve Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends, right? It's not the first time the Mon-Origin Spirit sect has done such a thing. It's not strange. Even so, isn't this a little too much? Such a small conflict involves Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends? In my opinion, this conflict may not be the only one. As far as I know, before Duan Lingtian was invited back to our Myriad Art Academy by Vice Palace Master Yang, someone from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect also went to invite Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect may have already held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. What happened between him and Wang Yunxing was just a fuse. There was a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Among them, there was no lack of discerning people who vaguely guessed the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, Wang Yunxing sighed. He had learned that the Mon-Origin Spirit sect members had sent people to the lower secondary planes to retaliate against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter could not be spread around, it was not difficult for him to find out as a direct descendant of the Mon-Origin divine cult's higher-level supreme god. At this point, he even knew which vice-sect master of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect was in charge of this matter. Duan Lingtian. The doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes disappeared. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were indifferent. "You'd better not speak without evidence. Even if you're Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, it doesn't mean you can slander the Mon-Origin Spirit sect at will." Although Wang Yunxing already knew the truth, he was not stupid enough to admit that the Mon-Origin Spirit sect had done this. Even if most people suspected the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, they would not admit it. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person without any background. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Behind Duan Lingtian was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, a powerful medium-level ultimate god. If the Mon-Origin Spirit sect admitted this matter, the other party would definitely not let it go. When the time came, there was a possibility that he would personally take Duan Lingtian to the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to seek justice. If Duan Lingtian was in the right, the Myriad Art Academy's palace master might come forward in the end if the matter really blew up. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect would most likely abandon the vice leader behind the scenes in order to appease the Myriad Art Academy's palace master's anger because they were in the wrong. Duan Lingtian sneered. The disappearance of the doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes did not escape his notice. It was not difficult for him to guess why there was such a change in Wang Yunxing's eyes. In all likelihood, Wang Yunxing had just found out about the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's attack on his relatives and friends. Previously, Duan Lingtian only felt that the people who attacked his relatives and friends were more than 90% sure they were from the Mon-origin spirit sect, but now he had full confidence in his ability to do so. Wang Yunsheng's eyes betrayed them. As for Wang Yunsheng's denial, he was not surprised because even if everyone knew about it, Wang Yunsheng would not dare to say it out loud. Whether it's slander or not, I'm afraid you know it in your heart. After Duan Lingun sneered, he sneered again. Wang Yunsheng, last time I refused you because I was afraid of hurting you, but I didn't expect your Mon-origin spirit sect to be so ruthless. Today I, Duan Lingtian, challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? If you dare, we'll go and sign a life and death contract now. If you don't dare, you, Wang Yunsheng, the Mon-origin spirit sect's holy son, are just a useless waste. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Even Wang Yunsheng, after being angry, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a bit of fear in his eyes. As the Mon-origin spirit sect's holy son and the leader of the younger generation in the Shengang land, he was naturally not a fool. Duan Lingtian dared to challenge him to a life and death battle. Either he was deliberately mystifying things or he really had the confidence to kill him. However, even if the possibility of killing him was slim, since the other party took the initiative to challenge him, he would not agree. Once he lost his life, he would lose everything. Even if there was only a slight chance of dying, he would not take the risk. Duan Lingtian issued a life and death battle to Wang Yunsheng? The group of onlookers was shocked. Even if this is deliberately mystifying things, it's enough to see how bold Duan Lingtian is. This is a person who is ruthless to himself. I'm afraid Wang Yunsheng might not accept the challenge. If he makes the wrong choice, he'll lose his life. Duan Lingtian is powerful. If Wang Yunsheng refuses, he'll admit that he's inferior to him. As more and more onlookers gathered, Wang Yunsheng's tone was indifferent as he directly rejected Duan Lingtian's life and death battle as most people had guessed. Of course, his original words were very pleasant to hear. Duan Lingen, I'll give face to Vice Palace Master Yang and not accept your life and death battle, lest Vice Palace Master Yang loses his little junior brother in the blink of an eye. Pfft. Duan Lingtian sneered again. Wang Yunsheng, if you don't dare, just admit it. Is it that difficult to admit that you don't dare? What Mon-origin spirit sect's holy son? In my opinion, you're just a coward and a good-for-nothing. To think that I can kill a good-for-nothing like you even without using my law avatar. The law of clones was one of the trump cards of people from lower realms. It was comparable to the bloodline of natives in realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's claim that he would be able to kill Wang Yunsheng without using his law of clones was rather exaggerated in the eyes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students. No matter what, Wang Yunsheng was the Mon-origin spirit sect's holy son, an outstanding genius of the younger generation in the mystic gangland. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he really did seem like a cowardly weakling. You're inviting me to a life and death battle without using your law avatar? At this moment, Wang Yunsheng frowned. At the same time, he was somewhat tempted. If Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, his strength would undoubtedly be much weaker. Under such circumstances, was this Duan Lingtian still confident that he could kill him? He did not quite believe it. If you agree to my life and death battle, I can make a heart demon blood oath that if I use my law avatar in a life and death battle with you, I'll die and my Tao will vanish. Duan Lingtian sneered indifferently. However, do you, Wang Yunsheng, dare to agree? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Yunsheng. In their opinion, it was already very rare for Duan Lingtian to make such a concession. Moreover, they also felt that if Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, it was almost impossible for him to kill Wang Yunsheng. Will Wang Yunsheng agree? I don't know. Maybe he will? Duan Lingtian is so arrogant. Isn't he worried that Wang Yunsheng will really agree to his life and death battle? I feel that even so, Wang Yunsheng might not dare to agree. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses, he'll die and his Tao will vanish. Previously, most of the onlookers had guessed that Wang Yunsheng would refuse. However, now, half of them felt that Wang Yunsheng might agree. At the same time, They felt that Duan Lingtian was more likely to scare Wang Yunxing. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked again. The sneer on his face was getting wider and wider. After a while, Wang Yunxing said indifferently, I'll say the same thing. I don't want Vice Palace Master Yang to lose a junior brother like you. I'll give Vice Palace Master Yang some face. As soon as Wang Yunxing said this, not only did Duan Lingtian look at him with disdain, but even those who thought that Wang Yunxing might agree and were waiting for Wang Yunxing to make a move looked at Wang Yunxing differently. Why didn't they think that the Mon Origin Spirit Sect's holy son was so timid? He was actually scared by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was obviously trying to scare him. Ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yunxing, do you want me to call my third senior brother here and let him tell you that you don't need to give him face? Wang Yunxing's face stiffened when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, if it's a normal challenge, I can ask about you. However, I'm not interested in a life and death challenge. I, Wang Yunxing, am not interested in a life and death challenge with you. How can your life be compared to mine? Ridiculous. Duan Ling, you think too highly of yourself. I, Wang Yunxing, am the Mon Origin Spirit Sect's holy son and a direct descendant of the current high-level supreme god of the Mon Origin Spirit Sect. My life is as precious as gold. Duan Lingtian, you're just a person who climbed up from a lower secondary plane with no background. Your life is as cheap as grass. Seeing that Wang Yunxing seemed to want to continue, Duan Lingtian yawned and interrupted him indifferently. In the end, you, Wang Yunxing, don't dare to accept my life and death challenge. The Mon Origin Spirit Sect's holy son is just SOSO. With a sneer, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, ignoring Wang Yunxing. Of course, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This Wang Yunxing was actually so cautious. What a pity. Chapter 41:18. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian turn around and leave, Wang Yunxing noticed the strange gazes directed at him from the surroundings. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. I, Wang Yunxing, invite you to a spar, the kind that doesn't overdo it. Do you dare? The current Wang Yunxing gave people the feeling that he wanted to regain the face he had just lost. He directly challenged Duan Lingtian, but it was only an ordinary spar, not a battle of life and death. For a moment, the strange gazes that fell on Wang Yunxing became even stranger at this moment. This Wang Yunxing wants to test Duan Lingtian's strength? If Duan Lingtian agrees and beats him, he won't lose. But if Duan Lingtian gives up for nothing, he can regain the face he lost just now. Unless Duan Lingtian is stupid, he won't agree to this spar. I think so too. This Wang Yunxing, doesn't he think that it's a bit unnecessary to challenge Duan Lingtian like this? Does he think that Duan Lingtian will be stupid enough to accept his challenge? Under the shocked gazes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students, Duan Lingtian did not even pause for a moment before he left. As he left behind a sentence full of contempt and disdain. Wait until you have the courage to challenge me to a battle of life and death, then come find me. Duan Lingtian's words angered Wang Yunxing so much that his face turned red. He had a strong impulse to challenge Duan Lingtian to a battle of life and death, but in the end he couldn't hold it in. Endure! Endure! This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill me. I can't be impulsive. I can't take the risk. The current Wang Yunxing was constantly comforting himself in the depths of his heart. Although he felt oppressed, he still gritted his teeth and endured. This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill him. You can even hold it in? Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still thinking that Wang Yunxing might not be able to hold himself back and challenge him to a life and death battle. However, when he returned to his dormitory, Wang Yunxing did not issue a life and death battle invitation. What a pity. He's too cautious. Looks like there's no chance to kill him openly in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Let's find another opportunity later. If we have the chance, we'll kill all the other Mon Origin Divine Sect disciples in the Myriad Laws Palace as well. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Monarch Spirit Cult, this is not over yet. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his dormitory, more and more people in the Myriad Arts Academy found out about the conflict between him and the Mon-Origin Spirit Cult's holy son, Wang Yunxing. He also knew that Wang Yunxing did not dare to accept his life or death challenge. Although most people still felt that Wang Yunxing was stronger, at the same time, they either felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid or too cautious. However, no matter what, Duan Ling Tian was completely famous this time. Previously, the great majority of people had already forgotten about him. Yet now, they remembered him once again. Furthermore, they earnestly remembered him. Duan Ling Tian. This heaven's pride from the remote 7 prefectures had first rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge. Then, more than a year later, he came looking for Wang Yunxing and issued a life and death challenge to him. In the end, Wang Yunxing chose to escape. It was said that one would become famous after a battle, but this time, Duan Ling Tian had become famous without a battle. At the legacy bloodlines, those who were god emperors and above were speechless when they heard about the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yunxing. Do we really care about Duan Ling Tian? Why does it feel like he's in a hurry to die? Does he really think he's a match for Wang Yunxing? If he really dies in Wang Yunxing's hands in a life and death challenge, he can't blame us. It's a pity that Wang Yunxing didn't accept his life and death challenge. Wang Yunxing must be worried that Duan Ling Tian is stronger than him. Wang Yunxing is too timid. Those who were god emperors and above in the legacy bloodlines had received a warning from their superiors. They knew that not only could they not attack Duan Ling Tian in the future, but they also had to protect Duan Ling Tian when his life was in danger in the academy. Of course, if Duan Ling Tian died in someone else's hands in a life and death challenge, they could not be blamed. The legacy bloodlines did not have a good impression of Duan Ling Tian. In fact, they could not wait for Duan Ling Tian to die. Now that they learned that Wang Yunxing had missed the opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian, they naturally felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they also felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid and cautious. A young man who was not even 3,000 years old would at most flaunt his prowess among the younger generation in the remote 7 prefectures. In the outside world, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. In Myriad Arts Academy, the students had their own small cliques. Those who came from the same faction naturally formed their own cliques. The Mon-Origin sect was no exception. At this moment, everyone in the small circle of the Mon-Origin divine sect, except for Wang Yunxing, had gathered together. They were all gathered in the dormitory of a Mon-Origin sect disciple. What do you think the Holy Sun is thinking? That Duan Ling Tian sent himself to his doorstep for him to kill, but he didn't kill him? A Mon-Origin sect disciple asked with a gloomy expression. Maybe the Holy Sun is afraid that he's not as good as Duan Ling Tian and will be killed instead. Another Monarch Divine Sect disciple said with a mocking expression. The Mon-Origin Sect disciples who could come to Myriad Arts Academy were basically the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Even if they weren't as good as the Holy Sun, they weren't too far off. Some of them were even as talented as the Holy Sun. However, they weren't as strong as the Holy Sun because they hadn't enjoyed as many resources in the past. Hulanchi. A Mon-Origin sect disciple reprimanded the disciple who had spoken first. Stop mocking and ridiculing us. I know you don't like the Holy Sun, but now isn't the time for internal strife. What are we gathered here for? Isn't it because of the Mon-Origin sect? Hulanchi was a handsome young man with a wicked smile on his face when he heard the reprimand of the Monarch Divine Sect's disciple. He smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there's no need for us to gather for such a trivial matter. There's nothing to discuss. What's there to discuss? Let's discuss who among us will challenge the Duan Ling Tian to a death duel and test his strength. If we find out that he's not strong enough, we'll ask the Holy Sun to challenge him to a death duel to avenge our humiliation." At this point, Hulanchi sneered, "Let me put my words here first. If you want to do something like this, do it yourselves. Don't count me in." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Hulanchi left, Another 2 disciples of the Mon-origin spirit sect followed suit. I won't get involved in this matter either. It's not our fault in the first place. I'll take my leave as well. The few of you have a good relationship with the Holy Son, so think of a way to help him. For a time, only 4 Mon-origin sect disciples were left. They were either close to Wang Yunxing, the Holy Son of the Mon-origin sect, or they were from Wang Yunxing's faction. When the 3 of them left, the 4 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. However, after the 3 of them left, their expressions gradually eased. They knew it was useless to be angry at this time. The 3 of them were not afraid of them. In the first place, the 4 of them and Wang Yunxing were not on good terms with the 3 of them. It was normal for them to leave without a care. Moreover, the 3 of them were not responsible for this matter. Even if news of this spread back to the Mon-origin sect, nobody would blame them. Are we just going to let this matter go? At this moment, the 4 of them looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them will definitely spread the news. If the Holy Son can't avenge his humiliation, his status in the sect will definitely be affected. That's not a good thing for us. The Mon-origin sect did not only have one Holy Son. The Holy Son's status often represented the faction he belonged to and the interests of the people around him. The 4 of them were different from the 3 who had left earlier. The 3 of them did not share the same interests as Wang Yunxing, but the 4 of them shared the same interests as Wang Yunxing. Do you think Duan Lingtian has the ability to defeat or even kill the Holy Son? One of them asked in a deep voice. That's impossible. I think so too. I've seen the scryer recording of Duan Lingtian's battle. Although his strength is not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Holy Son. Even if any one of us can't defeat him, it won't be easy for him to kill us. I think so too. The other 3 felt that Duan Lingtian was not a match for the Holy Son. The Holy Son is too cautious. However, if any one of us were to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian, the chances of us dying are much higher than the Holy Son fighting him. The 4 of us can test Duan Lingtian, but a battle to the death is unrealistic. Although the strength he displayed in the scryer recording was extremely difficult to kill me, a long period of time has already passed since then. Who knows, his strength might have improved again. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. I think so too. Based on their words, it was clear that none of them dared to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Let's see if he'll accept our challenge to a spar. Soon after, the 4 of them reached a consensus. Soon after, the 4 of them set off together and appeared outside dormitory number 2. One of them flew out and shouted, Duan Lingyan, I'm Hong Li, a disciple of the Mon-origin divine sect. I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare to spar with me? Hong Li. As soon as the Mon-origin divine sect's disciple Hong Li finished speaking, the group of students in dormitory number 2 immediately came out to watch the show. In the distance, the people from the other dormitories, as well as the dormitories, who were free, came over to watch as well. Under the expectant gazes of the group of people, an indifferent voice came from dormitory 603 in dormitory number 2. I'm not interested in a spar. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Chapter 41:19. Duan Lingtian, you're afraid to fight me, right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li, the disciple from the Mon-origin spirit sect who had been clamoring outside, had an ugly expression on his face. However, he forced himself to mock Duan Lingtian. Afraid? This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked out of room 603 and flew up into the sky. He stared at Hong Li, who was standing nearby, and said indifferently, Is there something wrong with the people from the Mon-origin spirit sect? I've already said that I'll accept your challenge if you want to fight me to the death. Now you're saying that I don't dare to fight you? Seems like the Mon-origin spirit sect's disciples are just as useless as Wang Yunxing. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shook his head lazily. Hong Li's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He almost challenged Duan Lingtian to a fight to the death, but in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. He was not a fool. Before he figured out Duan Lingtian's background, even Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon-origin spirit sect, who was stronger than him, would not dare to fight Duan Lingtian to the death, let alone Hong Li, Duan Lingtian. At this time, the 3 disciples from the Mon-origin spirit sect who had come with Hong Li also came to Hong Li's side and glared at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had not only insulted Hong Li, but also the disciples of the Mon-origin spirit sect. They were also disciples of the Mon-origin spirit sect. Don't be too arrogant, Duan Lingtian. There are plenty of people in the Mon-origin spirit sect who can deal with you. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that no one in the younger generation can deal with you? Duan Lingtian. The 3 men from the Mon-origin sect who had just appeared were somewhat hysterical at the moment. They were considered geniuses in the Mon-origin sect. Even in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, they were the best among the students. But now, they were being called trash by the person in front of them. How could they not be mad? 4 people? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. How about this? Since you're all alone, you don't dare to fight me to the death. In that case, I'll allow you 4 pieces of trash to join the other piece of trash from the Mon-origin spirit sect, Wang Yunxing. The 5 of you will fight me 5 against 1. I will sign a life and death contract with the 5 of you. We will fight to the death. You pieces of trash, do you dare? If they were ordinary people, Duan Lingtian might be a little more polite to them. But for the people of the mono-spirit cult in front of him, there was only hatred and hatred. It was not that he was generalizing, but the people of the Mon-origin spirit cult were not good people to begin with. Just like now, the gazes of the 4 people in front of him were filled with killing intent. If they had the chance to kill him, he believed that they would definitely not miss it. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the group of students from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace who came to watch the show were all stunned. Duan Lingtian issued another life and death challenge after Wang Yunxing's rejection of the life and death challenge. He alone was challenging 5 Mon-origin spirit cult disciples, including Wang Yunxing. One should know that not only Wang Yunxing, but even the 4 people in front of them were not easy to deal with. At least, if the 4 of them joined forces, they could even defeat Wang Yunxing. Wang Yunxing is here too. At this time, someone saw Wang Yunxing who had just stepped into the air from the dormitory. Many people also looked over at once. Ah, Wang Yunxing, this time Duan Lingtian is not only challenging you to a life and death challenge, but also the 5 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult. You won't refuse this time, right? Not far away, a person looked at Wang Yunxing and asked with a laugh. This person was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a heaven's pride from another heavyweight force in the mystic gangland. At this time, he had a bright smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying the show. Wang Yunxing is here too. Is Duan Lingtian crazy? He's challenging 5 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult to a life and death challenge by himself? While the other students of the Myriad Arts Academy thought that Duan Lingtian was crazy, the 4 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hong Li, turned to look at Wang Yunxing in the distance. Junior brother Yunxing, since Duan Lingtian wants to die, will fulfill his wish. You can't possibly think that he has the strength to kill the 5 of us alone, right? Hong Li looked at Wang Yunxing. When he transmitted his voice, the anger in his voice had not dissipated. Junior brother Yunxing, if the 5 of us join forces, who can't we kill in the mystic gangland under the age of 10,000? Even among the lesser god emperors, there are few who can stop us. Junior brother Yunxing, the 4 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hong Li, transmitted their voices to Wang Yunxing, asking him to join forces with them to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge and kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Yunxing is here too? At this time, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Wang Yunxing in the distance, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Wang Yunxing, I'm challenging the 5 of you to a life and death challenge. Don't tell me you still don't dare to accept? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he tried to suppress the light in the depths of his eyes that was on the verge of bursting out. Seeing that Wang Yunxing still did not respond to Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li and the other Monorigin spirit cult disciples became anxious and hurriedly transmitted their voices to Wang Yunxing again. At this time, the others were also looking at Wang Yunxing. Wang Yunxing, don't tell me you still don't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? This Duan Lingtian is obviously deliberately mystifying things. If Wang Yunxing and the other four join forces, in the Mystic Gangland, anyone below the Lesser God Emperor realm, I'm afraid no one can survive under their hands, right? I think so too. Even if it's the top prodigies of the giant ultimate god forces, I'm afraid no one below the God Emperor realm would dare to fight against the five of them alone. If Wang Yunxing still doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge at this time, then he's really too cowardly. Listening to the words that came to his ears and listening to the urging of Hong Li and the other three, Wang Yunxing's face was gloomy and his eyes were indifferent. Did he want to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? However, now that he had sent a message to his lineage's old ancestor, a medium ultimate god, after a moment of hesitation, the old ancestor did not agree with him joining the battle. Although the old ancestor also believed that Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the other three could kill anyone below the God Emperor realm in the Mystic Gangland. However, after hearing that this was a life and death challenge initiated by Duan Lingtian and thinking that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old and came from a mundane realm, he felt that the Duan Lingtian's demon was unimaginable for ordinary people. There was still a chance that he would fail. I'll get someone to contact the four of them. They have to accept this battle. However, that doesn't include you. With the four of them working together, they are stronger than you alone. Normally, even if Duan Lingtian is stronger than you, as long as he's not much stronger, the four of them together are enough to kill Duan Lingtian. You just have to keep quiet about this matter. I'll make the arrangements on my side. After hearing his old ancestor's words, Wang Yunxing swallowed his anger. After a while, the four people who were urging Wang Yunxing to join the battle also stopped sending voice transmissions to Wang Yunxing. The four of them looked at each other and began to communicate through voice transmissions. My father wants me to join the three of you in accepting Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. My mother told me the same thing. The four of us together are stronger than the Holy Sun. It won't be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. I just don't know. Will this Duan Lingtian refuse on purpose? He'll only agree if the Holy Sun joins us. Let's ask first. The four of them did not have any objections to their elders asking them to join forces to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. This was because they felt that their combined strength was stronger than Wang Yunxing, the Holy Sun. It would not be difficult for them to kill Duan Lingtian. While everyone's attention was still on Wang Yunxing, Hong Li and the other three people turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Hong Li snorted coldly and said, Duan Ling, you're not worthy of the four of us and the Holy Sun joining forces. Don't you like life and death challenges? The four of us will play with you. What do you think? This is also taking care of you. If the Holy Sun joins us, you'll only die a worse death. Finally, Hong Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Yunxing to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Why did Hong Li from the Monorigin spirit sect suddenly change his mind? Duan Lingtian is obviously trying to scare them. If they don't bring Wang Yunxing along, the Duan Lingtian will have an excuse to reject them again. Is Wang Yunxing that timid? Why isn't he joining the battle at this time? I used to think Wang Yunxing was quite powerful. Now, it seems like he's just SOSO. How can someone like him be worthy of being the Monorigin spirit sect's Holy Sun? Many people's words revealed their disdain for Wang Yunxing. These people had powerful backgrounds and were not weak. Therefore, they were not afraid of Wang Yunxing. The four of you? Upon hearing Hong Li's words, Duan Lingtian had a mocking expression on his face. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? The four of you are trash. Are you worthy of me, Duan Lingnan, joining the battle and having a life and death duel with you? I'll say it again. The four of you will join forces with Wang Yunxing. I'll sign a life and death contract with all of you to have a life and death duel. It won't do if one of you is missing. If you agree, sign a life and death contract. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, the people of the Monorigin spirit sect are all trash who are as timid as mice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious gazes of Hong Li and the other three. His gaze landed on Wang Yunxing from afar. It had already come to this point. Could Wang Yunxing still hold back? He was really powerful. The teenage mutant ninja turtle. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Yunxing, who had been trying his best to control his emotions, could no longer bear the pressure in his heart. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he shouted, "Duan Ling, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Wang Yunxing had completely exploded. He could not bear it anymore. He did not even bother to send a message to his elders. End of chapter. Chapter 41-20. All geniuses were prideful. Wang Yunxing had previously rejected Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. He was already filled with anger. However, he was worried that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Therefore, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. At that time, he had endured it to avoid any accidents. Today, when Duan Lingtian issued a life or death challenge to him, Hong Li and the others, although he felt humiliated, he still had the intention of letting Hong Li and the other three test Duan Lingtian's strength. Although deep in his heart, he felt that Duan Lingtian was no match for the five of them, he still did not intend to accept the challenge. This time, it was no longer because he was afraid. It was more because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. After all, he was the holy son of the Monorigin spirit sect. He was also one of the best among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Palace. Even if he joined forces with Hong Li and the other three to kill Duan Lingtian, there was nothing to be proud of. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rejected Hong Li and the other three's challenge and insisted that he join the battle, coupled with the strange gazes from the surrounding people, he could not take it anymore. If he was embarrassed, so be it. Now, he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, now that I've accepted your life or death challenge, you won't go back on your word, right? After accepting Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge, Wang Yunxing was in high spirits. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. When he stared at Duan Lingtian, his aura was like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian sneered. Now that I've given you 4 helpers, you're finally not a coward anymore? If I knew this would happen, I would have asked you to find helpers 2 days ago. As for going back on my word, why should I go back on my word? After all, in my eyes, you're no different from a dead man after accepting my life or death challenge. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others were instantly enraged. Arrogant. Duan Lingnan, go to the Hall of Life and Death and sign the life or death contract now. Duan Ling, I can't wait to kill you now. The Hall of Life and Death was the place where the Myriad Law Palace provided its disciples for life or death duels. Where there were people, there would be conflicts and battles. Some would even have a death grudge after their conflicts escalated. At that time, they needed a place to vent their emotions. The Hall of the Hall. The Hall of Life and Death was a place where not many people would go. There was only one teacher on duty, and this position was considered to be an idle position in the eyes of many people. The teachers on duty in the Hall of Life and Death usually cultivated in the Hall of Life and Death, and they would not be disturbed. They would only disturb them with disturbs to Lingtians. Recently, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was called Yuan Dongchun. He was an upper divine emperor expert and was not far from the ultimate god realm. He had been trying to break through to the ultimate god realm recently. In his opinion, being on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was very leisurely. Even if he was cultivating in the Hall of Life and Death, he would not be disturbed. However, what he didn't expect was that the rule of not being interrupted when he was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death was broken when he was on duty this time. He was interrupted. Duan Lingtian? Yuan Dongchun was aware of Duan Lingtian's existence because he had only been on duty for 2 months. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian was challenged by Wang Yunxing, the Monorigin divine sect's holy son, but Duan Lingtian had rejected the challenge. At that time, someone on the dark net had posted a mission against Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it had caused a stir in the academy. Even Yuan Dongchun knew about it. 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunxing to a life-or-death duel? And Wang Yunxing rejected it? A year ago, Duan Lingtian had rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge. Like most people, Yuan Dongchun felt that Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunxing. Yuan Dongchun did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was a life-or-death duel. According to what Yuan Dongchun had said at that time, he had rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge because he was concerned about Wang Yunxing's reputation. As for his challenge to Wang Yunxing this time, it was because he suspected that the Mon-origin divine sect had attacked the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower planes and killed them all. Even if there is no evidence, it is most likely done by the Mon-origin divine sect. Yuan Dongchun knew a little about the Mon-origin divine sect. This kind of thing seemed to be done by the Mon-origin divine sect, and the timing was right. Duan Lingtian's analysis was not wrong. However, what he did not expect was that Wang Yunxing would reject Duan Lingtian's life-or-death challenge. Obviously, he is worried that Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying to scare him. He is worried that Duan Lingtian really has the strength to kill him. After all, once a life-or-death contract is signed in the Myriad Law Palace, even the Mon-origin divine sect's leader can't change anything. Yuan Dongchun thought to himself. Of course, what shocked him the most was that 2 days after Duan Lingtian's life-or-death challenge was rejected by Duan Lingtian actually issued another life-or-death challenge to Wang Yunxing, and this time, he directly challenged 5 people from the Mon-origin divine sect. 5 people, including Wang Yunxing. The other 4 people were not weak either. If they joined hands, it would not be difficult to kill Wang Yunxing in a life-or-death duel. This Duan Lingtian, is he crazy? He is deliberately scaring them, right? But, if he is deliberately scaring them, then why did he come to the Hall of Life and Death? Yuan Dongchun was shocked. He found it hard to understand. However, according to the rules of the Hall of Life and Death, as long as both sides had a request and there was no objection, they could sign a life-or-death contract. As for admitting defeat, there was no requirement. As long as both sides agreed, it was fine. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchun looked at Duan Lingtian sternly and reminded him in a deep voice, "You must know that once the life-or-death contract is signed, you and the 5 of them will fight to the death. Are you sure you want to sign a life-or-death contract?" At this time, the group of Wanda Law Palace students who came to watch also looked at Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, will Duan Lingtian run away? If he was just putting on an act from the beginning, he will definitely go back on his word now. If he really signed the life and death contract, it means that he has blind confidence in himself. If he signs the life and death contract, he will definitely die. In the end, under the group of people's shocked gazes, Duan Lingtian casually left the 6th name and 6th palm print below the life and death contract. The life and death contract is formed. Yuan Dongchun's voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 41:21. The life and death contract is formed. As Yuan Dongchun's voice fell, he casually threw the life and death contract stele into the Hall of Life and Death. The eyes of the group of Myriad Art Academy students who came to watch the show lit up. More and more people came to watch the show after receiving the message. Among them, there were even some teachers from Myriad Art Academy. Duan Lingtian wants to have a death duel with 5 people, including Wang Yunxing and Hong Li? Is he crazy? Is he courting death? Now, those who came to watch the show heard that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunxing and the other 4. Almost all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. If Wang Yunxing and the other 4 joined forces, no one under 10,000 years old in the entire Profound Handle land could be their match. Wang Yunxing was one of the top young geniuses in the Profound Handle land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been conferred the title of Holy Son by the Mon-origin spirit sect. Holy Sun was a candidate for the next leader of the Mon Origin Spirit sect. The other four were also the top young geniuses in the Mon Origin Spirit sect. Any one of them wasn't Wang Yunxing's match, but if the four of them joined forces, Wang Yunxing would definitely die in a battle of life and death. If it was in the wilderness or an open area, he might be able to avoid the four of them with his superhuman speed. But in the Hall of Life and Death of Myriad Art Academy, it was unrealistic. I thought that Duan Lingtian was just scaring Wang Yunxing and the others and wouldn't dare to sign the life and death contract. I didn't expect that he would sign it. I don't know what he's thinking. Is it because he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunxing and the others? That's obviously the case. Otherwise, how can we explain his behavior? In the profound Handle Land, no one under 10,000 years old dares to say that they have the ability to kill Wang Yunxing. Maybe no one even dares to say that they can defeat the five of them. But he, a person under 3,000 years old, actually wants to kill Wang Yunxing and the others. Isn't he Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother now? Shouldn't Vice Palace Master Yang stop him? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang is in seclusion and he acted on his own accord. In any case, Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunxing's group of five. Moreover, according to the rules of Myriad Laws Academy, once a life and death contract was signed, there was no going back. If he went back on his word, it would be seen as a provocation to the Myriad Law Academy, and he would be executed by the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, in the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, no one had ever gone back on their word after signing a life and death contract, because going back on their word meant certain death. If they didn't go back on their word, they would still have a chance to live. Moreover, under normal circumstances, those who dared to sign a life and death contract with others were people who had a certain level of confidence in their own strength. Since the life and death contract has been formed, you may enter the arena. Under Yuan Dongchuan's lead, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li and the other four entered the Hall of Life and Death first. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind, and behind them was a group of people who had rushed over to watch the show. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, it was spacious and empty. Following Yuan Dongchuan's hand gesture, the dimly lit hall became as bright as day. At this time, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly see the situation inside the Hall of Life and Death. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, the entire hall was very spacious. In the middle of the hall, there was a faint circular light shield suspended in the air, giving off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. And what was supporting this round light barrier was clearly a formation. That's the Hall of Life and Death's battle formation. It's said that the control of the formation is in the hands of the teacher on duty in the Hall of Life and Death. Only the old man on duty and the palace master himself can control this formation. This formation can even block the full force attack of a godly venerable expert. I just don't know if the godly venerable expert mentioned is just a lower godly venerable. However, even if it's just a lower godly venerable, it's still shocking enough. Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing and the other four have signed a life and death contract. According to the rules, the formation won't be opened until one of them is dead. During this period, no one can rescue them and no one can. Otherwise, it will be seen as a challenge to the Academy and they will be executed by the Academy. Duan Lingtian, there's no turning back. What a pity, a talented genius is going to fall here today. Yeah, what a pity. Now, almost no one thought that Duan Lingtian could survive. Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death, was also doubting whether what Yang Yuchen said was true. Did Duan Lingtian really have the ability to kill Wang Yunxing and the other four? Based on his understanding of Yang Yuchen would not lie to him. However, this matter seemed a little unbelievable, right? If Duan Lingtian really had the ability, in the mysterious gangland, he could be considered invincible under 10,000 years old. In the various planes of gods, including the mysterious gangland, only those under 10,000 years old could be considered as the younger generation. If Duan Lingtian really fought against five and killed Wang Yunxing and the other four, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the number one of the younger generation in the mysterious gangland. Does Duan Lingtian really have the ability to do so? Although he was doubtful and didn't want Duan Lingtian to fall, after all, Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of his old friend Yang Yuchen. However, he also knew that after signing the life and death contract, there was no turning back for Duan Lingtian. Even he couldn't interfere. If he interfered, he wouldn't be able to escape death either. At this time, only the Myriad Arts Academy's palace master had the ability to stop this life and death duel. Of course, the palace master would definitely not do such a thing. Once he did, not only would there be people questioning the palace master, but even more people would question the credibility of the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no turning back. Yuan Dongchun sighed again in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing and the other four. He said in a deep voice, "Now, I'll lead you into the life and death arena. Don't resist the power I've shrouded you with." After entering the life and death arena, don't make a move for the time being. You must wait until the life and death bell in the Hall of Life and Death rings. Otherwise, you'll be obliterated by the life and death arena's formation. Yuan Dongchun warned. Following his words, Duan Lingtian discovered a powerful force sweeping toward him and wrapping around him in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this was the power of Yuan Dongchun, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death. At the same time, he also saw that not only was he being brought into the huge circle at the center of the hall, but Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others were also brought into the circle. The others can only watch from afar. If you get too close and are killed by the life and death arena's formation, the Hall of Life and Death won't be responsible for it. Yuan Dongchuan's next sentence also caused the group of people who came to watch the show to stop in their tracks. Many of them were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were killed by the life and death arena's formation, they would have died for nothing. How could Duan Lingtian be so foolish? Among the crowd, one of them shook his head and sighed. He was none other than Duan Lingtian's roommate from the Myriad Arts Academy, Tan Fei. Tan Fei had also heard that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others. At the same time, he regretted not coming out earlier. He might have been able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Of course, he also knew in his heart that it was unlikely that he would be able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Would no one persuade Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian had not been in the Myriad Arts Academy for long, since he had become Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, there would be many people who were on good terms with him. They warned him openly because they were afraid of offending the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. However, it was impossible for the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to know anything about it. In fact, along the way to the Hall of Life and Death, Duan Lingtian had indeed received many messages advising him not to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing and the others. However, he did not pay any attention to them. He did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, everyone thought he would be the only one to die in this battle, but was that really the case? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the hall. Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the other four also entered the hall. This time, Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Among the crowd outside, there were 3 people gathered together. They were none other than the other 3 people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who had come to the Myriad Arts Academy. They were also the 3 people who had previously disagreed with Hong Li and the others. When they learned that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing and the others, they had also rushed over. At the same time, they also felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die without a doubt. Among the 3 people, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect disciple whose strength was second only to Wang Yunxing among the 7 young geniuses of the Myriad Arts Academy, Hu Lanqi, snorted coldly. Wang Yunxing is really getting worse and worse. It's just Duan Lingtian, but he actually dares to fight with Hong Li and the others. Hu Lanqi's words clearly showed some contempt for Wang Yunxing's approach. In my opinion, you're more suitable to be a holy son, senior brother Hu. One of the 2 people next to him said with a smile, Wang Yunxing might have been stronger than you in the past, senior brother Hu, but that might not be the case now. That's right, the other person chimed in. Who in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect doesn't know that Wang Yunxing was able to become a holy son because of his good birth? If you have his background, you'll definitely be more outstanding than him. In the life and death duel, Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others faced each other. Outside, the number of people who had come to watch the show continued to increase. Duan Lingtian waited quietly for the life and death bell to ring in the Hall of Life and Death because it meant that he could make a move. At this moment his divine energy had already surged through his 99 heavenly veins, ready to be unleashed. Wang Yunxing and the others were about the same. Junior brother Yunxing. At this time, Hong Li transmitted his voice to Wang Yunxing. Why don't you fight with Duan Lingtian first? If you can kill him with your own strength, the voices that doubt you will naturally disappear. If you can't defeat him, we'll join forces to kill him. What do you think? Hong Li was clearly thinking for Wang Yunxing's sake. When Wang Yunxing heard this, he was naturally moved. Chapter 41-22. All geniuses were prideful. As the holy son of the Mon-origin spirit sect, Wang Yunxing was no exception. Therefore, he was very tempted after hearing Hong Li's suggestion. As long as he killed Duan Lingtian on his own, the voices that questioned him earlier would vanish. It should be known that it was not only the group of students in the Myriad Law Palace who questioned his strength. Even those in the Mon-origin spirit sect who knew that he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a battle to the death were also full of doubts. In fact, many people in the Mon-origin spirit sect were saying that he had embarrassed the sect and was not worthy to be the holy son of the Mon-origin spirit sect. Under such pressure, it was impossible for Wang Yunxing to not care. Today, if Duan Lingtian was killed by me, Hong Li, and the other three, no one will think that I, Wang Yunxing, am stronger than Duan Lingtian. They will still think the same in the future. If Duan Lingtian dies, I won't have the chance to prove myself. But now, just as Hong Li said, if I kill him with my own strength, I can clear my name. If I'm not as good as him, I won't be killed by him with Hong Li and the other three by my side. If I'm not as good as him, I'll accept it. At this moment, Wang Yunxing still felt that Duan Lingtian might not be as good as him in the depths of his heart. As for the reason why Duan Lingtian challenged him to a battle to the death, it was nothing more than deliberately mystifying, thinking that he could scare him. Perhaps it was also because Duan Lingtian was blindly confident in himself. Just like now, he actually wanted to fight him, Hong Li, and the other three by himself. This was simply courting death. With the strength of the five of them, once they joined forces, he did not think that there was anyone among the younger generation in the Mystic Gangland who could not be killed by the five of them. If it was a spacious environment, the other party might be able to escape with his speed. However, in an environment like the Life and Death arena in the Hall of Life and Death, there was no way to escape. The only way was to fight. Senior brother Hong Li, let's do as you say. Discuss this with the other three senior brothers and inform me. Then, when the bell of life and death rings, I will have a one-on-one duel with this Duan Lingtian. If we can successfully kill him, I, Wang Yunxing, will definitely repay the four of you generously in the future. Wang Yunxing transmitted his voice to Hong Li. Junior brother Yunxing, you're too polite. The four of us are on the same boat as you, junior martial brother Yunxing. It's only natural that we support each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Li contacted the other three people. The other three didn't have any objections either. At the same time, he also felt that this was the right thing to do. Just as Hong Li had said to Wang Yunxing, in the Monarch Spirit sect, they and Wang Yunxing could be considered to be of the same lineage, and their lineage only had Wang Yunxing as a holy son. If Wang Yunxing didn't do well in the Manyuan spirit cult, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. On the other hand, if Wang Yunxing did well and even became the sect leader of the Manyuan spirit cult in the future, their status and treatment in the Manyuan spirit cult would definitely rise as well. They and Wang Yunxing were bound together for glory and disgrace. Junior martial brother Yunxing, the four of us will always keep an eye on you and Duan Lingtian. As soon as you show any signs of weakness, we'll immediately join forces with you to kill this Duan Lingtian. Junior martial brother Yunxing, don't worry and go all out to kill this Duan Lingtian. It's best if you can kill him, but it's fine if you can't. We'll support you. This time, it wasn't just Hong Li. The other 3 disciples of the Manyuan spirit sect were also communicating with Wang Yunxing through voice transmissions so that he wouldn't feel pressured. All he had to do was to fight to the death with Duan Lingtun. When Wang Yunxing heard this, he naturally thanked them repeatedly. At the same time, he felt much more at ease. Then his gaze on Duan Lingtian became even sharper. This Wang Yunxing. Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Wang Yunxing. He could vaguely sense the subtle changes in Wang Yunxing, but he did not know why Wang Yunxing had changed so much. Just like Wang Yunxing, he was waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. Outside the life and death arena, the spectating students and teachers from Myriad Law Palace were also waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. After a while, the bell of life and death still did not ring. Many of the students who were less patient became impatient. Is it about time? It's been almost 15 minutes since they entered the arena. Why hasn't the bell of life and death rung yet? Isn't it said that the bell of life and death will ring 15 minutes after both parties enter the arena for the death duel in the Hall of Life and Death? Right now, it seems like it's only been 15 minutes since they entered the arena. It's said that these 15 minutes are meant for each of them. After all, once the bell of life and death rings, they'll have to fight to the death. Say, how long do you think Duan Lingtian can last? If Wang Yunxing and the other 4 attacked together from the start, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian won't be able to last more than 3 breaths. When the spectating students saw that the life and death duel had yet to begin, they began to whisper to each other. Quite a number of them were even guessing when Duan Lingtian would die. Evidently, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. The life and death arena's formation did not isolate sound. Given Duan Lingtian's hearing, he naturally heard the group of people who did not think highly of him. With regards to this, his heart did not waver. After a while, the bell of life and death that everyone had been waiting for finally rang out. Dong! The sound of the bell of life and death reverberated within the Hall of Life and Death. The sound was actually not loud, but when it entered the ears of everyone in the Hall of Life and Death, it caused their bodies to tremble. Subsequently, when their gazes landed on the life and death arena, they discovered that Wang Yunxing, Hong Li and the other 3 beside him had simultaneously moved. Wang Yunxing directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Hong Li and the other 3 did not rush towards Duan Lingtian. Instead, they stood to one side and gathered together to watch the battle. Evidently, they did not plan to directly attack. Wang Yunxing wants to fight Duan Lingtian one-on-one? This scene also caused everyone to be startled. However, someone quickly regained his senses and said in realization, I understand now. This Wang Yunxing wants to fight Duan Lingtian himself to prove that he is not inferior to Duan Lingtian. I also understand. If he kills Duan Lingtian by himself, the voices that previously questioned him will definitely disappear. Moreover, if he is really no match for Duan Lingtian, Hong Li and the other 3 will definitely join forces with him to deal with Duan Lingtian at the first opportunity. Do all of you think Wang Yunxing can kill Duan Lingtian by himself? Duan Lingtian is so arrogant that he dares to engage in a life and death duel with the 5 of them. Moreover, we all think that he will definitely die. However, I feel that since he dares to do so, he must have a certain level of confidence in his own strength. In a one-on-one battle, Wang Yunxing might not be his match. I don't think so. In my opinion, this Duan Lingtian is an arrogant, egotistical person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. While the crowd outside the life and death arena was discussing animatedly, they saw Wang Yunxing charging towards them alone and then saw Hong Li and the other 3 supporting Duan Lingtian at the side. They were first stunned before they reacted. At this moment, the discussion outside also entered their ears. He wants to clear his name by fighting one-on-one? If he is no match for him, Hong Li and the other 3 will attack. Is he using me as a stepping stone? Duan Lingtian was amused. However, at the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The moment Wang Yunxing charged towards him, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be unprepared, suddenly paused and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even Wang Yunxing had lost his target, Duan Lingtian. Teleportation? Wang Yunxing sneered. Where can you teleport to in this life and death arena? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunxing charged towards Duan Lingtian, who had just appeared in another corner of the life and death arena not far away. This Duan Lingtian has mastered the law of space to teleport twice. He will definitely teleport a second time. After he teleports a second time, we'll get closer and support him. Hong Li sent a voice transmission to the other 3 people beside him. The other 3 people nodded when they heard Hong Li's words. They also felt that Hong Li's words made sense. At the same time, they subconsciously felt that with the strength of Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon origin spirit sect, even if he could not defeat Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be able to survive until they came to his rescue. Even if they were a little further away from Duan Lingtian, they would be able to teleport across the entire life and death arena. At the same time, many people outside the life and death arena began to whisper again. Duan Lingtian is going to teleport twice next. Second teleportation? From what I know, the earliest person who grasped the second teleportation was also a lower god emperor who grasped the second teleportation. This Duan Lingtian is only a middle god emperor, but he has mastered teleportation twice. It's really terrifying. I've never seen a divine emperor use teleportation twice before. Duan Lingtian has left a deep impression on me since he was able to show me this before he died. Now, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would perform teleportation twice after being chased by Wang Yunxing. Teleportation twice would not only give him more time to prepare, but it would also further deplete Wang Yunxing's divine power. Even if the depletion was not much, it was still depletion. If the depletion was greater, his strength would naturally be affected. Even if it was only a slight effect, it was still an effect. Duan Lingtian, do you only know how to dodge? Wang Yunxing asked with a cold smile as he charged towards Duan Lingtian again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already close to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Yunxing approaching again, he smiled faintly and said, "Since you don't want me to dodge, then I won't dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body swayed and he teleported again. The second teleportation that everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. Get ready to go. Hong Li transmitted his voice to the other 3 people beside him. At the same time, he stared at every corner of the life and death arena, preparing to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.